Welcome back to VB2020, the 30th Virus Bulletin International Conference, Day 2. Did you miss Day 1? Never fear. Go to the catch-up menu on the left and everything will be revealed there. You can watch Day 1, but not now because we've got some good stuff for you on Day 2. I'm Angela Lamont and today we've got another 7 presentations with live Q&As for you. There's also a huge collection of on-demand presentations and also 8 presentations that form the Threat Intelligence Practitioners Summit, brought to you by our partner, the Cyber Threat Alliance. To find out more about any of the presentations, just go to the presentation library, click on the thumbnail, and there you'll be able to download the slides, the paper that goes with it, and get lots more information about those presentations. And of course, during the conference, it's not just about the presentations themselves. You can chat around those. So again, on the left-hand menu, you should find the chat option. If you can't see it there, have a look at the top right menu, and that will drop down and you'll see chat there. And there are 3 chats. There's the general chat where you can chat with your fellow conference delegates, with our partners, with the speakers. There's the Q&A chat where you can drop questions either for a live speaker, and if you have a question for a speaker who's talking on their presentation now, put #AskNow before your question so we know to pick that up really quickly and answer it in the live Q&A. If you have a question for one of the on-demand presentation speakers, then just mention their name with an @ and their name, and we will try and make sure that question gets to the right person. And they've been fantastic at picking those questions up and answering them. And finally, there's their help desk. So if you need a help, just shout out in the help desk chat, and someone will help you out there with whatever it is you need to know. But now it's time to introduce our first speakers. For all you jailbreakers out there, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That's a very aptly thing to say, isn't it? I apologise. For all you rooters out there, this is for you. It's Eugene Rodionov and Richard Neal. Also, Lynn Chen was co-authoring but isn't presenting today. And it's Hunting for Android One Days, an analysis of the routing ecosystem.
Hello everyone, welcome and thank you for joining us today for the presentation on Android routing providers. In this talk, we are going to share with you results of a long-term investigation and analysis of one of the largest routing providers in Android ecosystem, KingRoot. In this research, we attempted to take a deeper look into one of the biggest routing providers targeting modern versions of Android platform, Android 7 and higher, with the aim of better understanding the routing ecosystem, which vulnerabilities are being used by these applications, and what devices or platforms they are targeting. This is a pre-recorded session, and at the time of the live stream, the authors are hopefully online and can take questions during the talk. Here is the agenda for the presentation. We will start with providing a quick overview of the routing providers that are currently available in the Android ecosystem, and then switch our attention to KingRoot, the main topic of our discussion. In this research, the authors focused on understanding how it works and which tools it uses to root user devices. In the first part of the presentation, we'll provide detailed information on KingRoot internals obtained during reverse engineering. A special attention is devoted to the network communication protocol KingRoot uses to talk to its command and control server to download routing solutions. The authors reverse engineered the protocol and re-implemented it in order to get visibility into available routing solutions and downloaded them for further analysis. The second part of the presentation is devoted to the analysis of the payload that we managed to obtain from its command and control servers. And finally, we will conclude the presentation summarizing our results on KingRoot tracking and some thoughts on the state of the Android routing ecosystem. Before we get started with KingRoot, let's say a few words about routing in Android. Over the recent few years, there is a wide variety of applications available in the Android routing ecosystem, ranging from root or SU managers to so-called one-click routing solutions. The later ones are particularly interesting as they claim to support a large number of different device models and use a number of local privilege escalation exploits to gain root access on the user devices. Although in most of the cases these vulnerabilities are patched 1 days, they still represent a threat to certain users due to the large fragmentation in Android ecosystem. For example, some OEMs might not provide patches in a timely manner mitigating these threats, leaving users exposed to 1 days. Some of the largest routing providers are shown on this slide. Interestingly, most of the routing providers target users located in Asian region using Android versions, including non-certified Android operating systems, and are developed by companies based out of China. Out of these routing providers, Kingroot looked at it to be the most attractive target. It supports a large number of devices, doesn't carry all the exploits in the application but downloads them from the command and control server. So this is a very interesting target for investigation. Back in 2015, Kingroot claimed to support about 2,500 devices and be able to provide routing solutions for them, exploiting multiple local privilege escalation vulnerabilities in the Android platform code, which is quite a large number. Kingroot advertises itself as a solution for improving performance of the device, increasing battery life, etc. Routing Android devices violates Google Play policies. Therefore, this application is only available via third-party app stores. Users can download it for free. It uses mostly ads to monetize itself. However, there are some complaints that in addition to routing devices, it also installs a third-party software, such as adware. One of the main goals the authors aim to achieve in this presentation and research is to gain visibility into which vulnerabilities are exploited by the Kingroot application and obtain a comprehensive list of used exploits and device configurations that they are targeting. The authors hoped to use these insights to improve the exploit detection capabilities of Google Play Protect, and if any 0 days were found, to get them patched in AOSP. From the high-level point of view, Kingroot provides two types of routing solutions: PC root and mobile root. PC root involves connecting a user device to a computer, and exploitation or routing happens from there. Mobile root only requires the application to be installed on a target device, can be performed remotely, and hence is the target of our analysis. The routing functionality is implemented in a routing SDK module, which is kept encrypted in the application assets and is decrypted and dynamically loaded during execution of the application. A license file present in the module contains information which is used to verify if the application is authorized to use it. In this case, as we can see on the slide, it checks the signer of the application and the application or package name, which is your Kingroot King user. And this is an MD5 hash of the signer of this application. The routing process looks as follows. Upon executing the application, it drops routing tools and post-exploitation tools in the application's private directory. In this case, this is an SU manager, which provides an interface to a user to grant or revoke root privileges to applications running on the device. Then, Kingroot fingerprints the device by gathering an extensive set of data on hardware, firmware, and software configuration of the device, and forwards it to command and control server using a proprietary Shark network library, which we'll cover in details in the next section in the exchange of a list of available routing solutions. After receiving a list of available routing solutions, it downloads them and runs on the device one by one until the device is successfully rooted. Once this is accomplished, it installs the routing tools onto system and recovery partitions. As it was mentioned earlier, Shark Network Library is one of the interesting pieces of Kingroot, and understanding how it works was the key part for implementing command and control communication protocol and downloading the exploits. Shark Network is a proprietary library used in few other applications available on Google Play and off-market. Most of the applications using this library are affiliated with Tencent, however there are some Samsung apps as well. The library is designed to handle communication in the mobile environment and accounts for such events as sudden loss of signal or dead battery. It is able to transmit data both over raw TCP and HTTP protocol and uses encryption and compression. There was a number of challenges for reverse engineering the code implemented the library functionality, even though it is entirely index code and can be easily decompiled to Java. First of all, heavy usage of abstract types, interfaces, and inheritance is an obfuscation in itself. The code implements an inherently multi-threaded and event-driven framework, which makes reconstruction of control flow a much more complicated task. It also uses a simple obfuscation and name mangling, making it difficult to comprehend the decompiled code. However, there are other versions of the application available on third-party markets without obfuscation, with the original names of types and methods, and even extra login information available, but finally made the whole job easier. As a result, all names of types discussed in the following slides are obtained from reverse engineering. Let's take a look at the layout of messages that endpoints in Shark Network Protocol exchange with each other. The outmost object encapsulating everything else in is referred to as client or server Shark, depending on the direction of the data transfer. It contains a number of attributes specifying session properties. For example, network type and authentication type specify the type of the network connection, if it is a Wi-Fi network, 4G or 3G, and so forth. Build number is an integer specifying a particular version of the library. Session ID is a unique randomly generated 16-byte identifier of the session between client and server. Client Shark can also include an object referred to as SharkFin that specifies the certain properties of the communication channel. The actual payload transferred between the endpoints is described in client-server sashimi. It encapsulates the following fields here. Command is an integer identifying specific requests. Sequence, an integer, a sequence number of the message in the communication protocol. This field is used to match requests and responses from king root and the command and control server respectively. Flags determines if the payload is transmitted and the message is encrypted and or compressed. Push provides a way for a command and control server to send out-of-boundary commands and messages to the king root application. Data is a byte array, the actual payload transmitted or received from king root application. Shark Network Protocol has two stages, handshake and payload fetching. If you look at the handshake, it starts with establishing an encrypted connection between king root and command and control server. King root generates a session key, encrypts with the server's public key, and submits it to server in the exchange for the session ID, 16-byte random string. Once this step is accomplished, king root fingerprints the system by collecting an extensive data set on the device and its software environment, and forwards this information to the server to obtain a session GUID, another important identifier. Unlike session ID, which is randomly generated for every session, session GUID seems to be stable across sessions for devices with similar hardware and software profiles. Once this is accomplished, king root probes the network connection by setting the first packet request to account for sudden loss of connection or interruption of the session, and then registers push listeners for the receiving out-of-bound requests. Session key generated by king root is a 16-byte long, and before sending it to the server, king root envelopes it with 1024-bit RSA public key, which is hard-coded into the application's code, as shown on this image. This makes it a little bit more difficult to perform man-in-the-middle attack to recover the session key, which would be quite useful in monitoring the communication protocol and test environment. After taking a closer look at the protocol, there are a few weaknesses in the implementation of the key generation functionality that's worth to mention. First, the value of the flag that controls if contents of the message should be encrypted isn't integrity protected. As a result, it is possible to spoof server-to-client messages using man-in-the-middle attack, which could result in arbitrary code execution. Secondly, the shark network uses insecure java.util.random type as a source of entropy for the session key. This effectively reduces entropy of the key from 128-bit to simple 48 bits, which can be brute forced on the modern hardware in a reasonable amount of time. It is suggested to use java.security.secureRandom type as a source of entropy for generating cryptographic material. Based on the analysis of other applications that are using the same library, they don't have this issue and initialize session key in a secure way. So this issue seems to be king-root specific. Once the handshake protocol is complete, the king-root requests information on available solutions for the device configuration from a command and control server. This happens in two iterations. First, king-root receives a list of routing solutions, hence which is a list of XML files, each of which describes an individual solution. More importantly, it contains a URL specifying from where the solution can be downloaded from. As a second step, king-root receives statistics on the available routing solutions, which provides a success rate of every routing solution received. King-root uses this information to determine if there is any solution applicable to the devices and prioritize it in the case there are several solutions available. As it was mentioned earlier, during fetching information on available routing solutions, king-root sends an extensive list of PII to its servers, which includes information on hardware, firmware, and software configuration of the device. It seems to be much more data than actually required to find an exploit targeting a particular device configuration. On this slide, only a small portion is shown of what the application sends to a command and control server. On this slide, we can see an example of a routing solution, which is an XML file. Most of the fields are self-explanatory. The most interesting field for us is URL, which provides a source from where the solution can be downloaded from. Having this information at hand enabled us to fetch available routing solutions in king-root's arsenal and analyze them to find out the exploits being used and identify vulnerabilities exploited by the application. With that, I'm handing the presentation over to Richard, who will speak about the exploit dataset we managed to obtain during this research.
Thanks, Eugene. I'll now go over some information about the exploits used by king-root. As shown in the XML record previously, an exploit payload is downloaded as a jar file. The jar file contains a 32-bit ELF executable, which then contains further files in its data section, including the actual exploit ELF. The exploit ELF may be 32 or 64-bit. Usually one of the further files is a supported device database, which provides device-specific parameters such as kernel addresses and offsets for all of the different device models and versions that the exploit supports. Many, though not all of the ELF files, are obfuscated with obfuscator LLVM. Here we can see a hex dump of two records from a supported device database. Each record begins with a device fingerprint to uniquely identify that device, which is then followed by configuration data for the exploit on that device instance. In the examples here, the configuration data is a set of 8 kernel addresses. Storing device-specific configuration in a separate file makes it easier to add or remove support for devices without needing to recompile the code. Obtaining a series of multiple database files over a period of time would allow investigation of how device coverage changed, though we do not have the data to do this. The device fingerprint is an SHA-256 hash of a human-readable string containing the device brand, model, and Linux kernel information. This is considerably less information than was collected and uploaded to the exploit server in order to obtain the exploits. At runtime, the exploit executable derives the fingerprint value and then looks for a match in the database file. Creating a lookup table for these values allows us to examine the data to learn about device coverage, assuming the kernel string information is good. The date timestamp in the string depends on the clock of the computer that is compiling the kernel. Here's a list of some of the exploits that we obtained from Kingroot. Most of them have been identified, and I'm sure a couple of the names are familiar to people. In this list, CVE 2016-5195, aka Dirty Cow, is notable for not having a supported device database. No kernel-specific information was required to exploit this vulnerability, which was a race condition resulting in changing permissions of memory pages. Exploit 947 has not been identified as a particular CVE. It appears to use or abuse a driver ioctl call in order to access kernel memory from user mode. A series of CVEs in this driver were fixed in the March 2017 Android Security Bulletin, and a proof of concept for one similar to this exploit is available on the internet. This exploit only supported a small number of devices, but it was viable for almost a year, including for 7 months before the potentially related fixes were made. Whilst our lookup table for devices supported by Kingroot exploits is incomplete, we can look at what data we do have. This graph shows the count of kernels compiled during a particular month that are supported by Kingroot exploits. We've looked up the device fingerprints in the lookup table, and then plotted the count of each month in the kernel version strings. The overall trend of the graph from mid-2015 onwards is downwards, and this noticeably increases at the end of 2017 and start of 2018, suggesting that exploiting Android devices was getting harder over time anyway, but suddenly became much more difficult. Looking at Google devices, we can see fairly good coverage over a period of time. A red cell with an X indicates that there is a configuration record for the device shown on the left, where the kernel was compiled in the month shown at the top. Nexus 5X and 6P and Pixel devices were exploitable in their release versions and were consistently supported until September 2017. Different exploits have been used for different devices. CVE 2015-1805, aka PipeIOV, here shown as Kingroot IDs 950 and 951, is used on Nexus 5, 6 and Pixel, but not on Nexus 5X or 6P. Conversely, exploits 1530 and 1545 worked on almost all Nexus 5X and 6P builds during the supported period, as well as Pixel, but were not used on the other models. A few other exploits, such as 1523, which is CVE 2017-7533, make occasional appearances. Looking at the unidentified 1545 exploit across Google and 2 other device manufacturers, we can clearly see the end of 2017 cutoff where Google devices stopped being vulnerable. OEM B seems to have 2 points where devices stopped being supported, October 2017 and then April 2018. The situation is less clear for OEM A, as support seems to return for some devices after what looks like a final month in April 2018. The difference in lifetime for this exploit across different devices can clearly be seen. Support for some versions of devices is likely backported, though without the series of supported device databases as mentioned earlier, this can't be shown. A lot of work went into developing and maintaining Kingroot. One exploit supported over 5,000 kernels. Collecting, analyzing, and testing that many different builds was either a lot of manual effort or had some good automation behind it. As mentioned, our lookup table does not provide information about all devices supported by Kingroot. Coverage varies from around 50% in some cases to perhaps 70 or 80% in others, so there is still a lot we don't know about their capabilities. With that, I'll hand back to Eugene for some conclusions on Android routing providers.
Thank you, Richard. To conclude the presentation, I'd like to look at the data we managed to obtain while tracking Kingroot, as well as other routing providers that aren't included in the presentation, such as Baidu Root. Most, if not all of the exploits target devices running Android versions of Oreo at most. We can correlate this with the fact that Oreo release made available a large number of security mitigations implemented in Android platform code, such as KSLR, privileged access never, SECOM filtering, hardened user copy, and control flow integrity for media frameworks. This has significantly raised the cost of developing and maintaining routing solutions for modern Android devices, and we see a steady decline in popularity of one-click routing solutions since then. It's also worth to mention that Kingroot announced in December 2019 that they were closing down. Although the application is still available on third-party markets and its command and control servers seems to be operating. KihoRoot, also known as 360root, made a similar announcement early in 2020. With that, we would like to conclude the presentation and are open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you to Eugene and Richard for the presentation, and we have Eugene, Richard and Lynn with us for live Q&A. So welcome. I've got Eugene at the moment. How are you doing, Eugene?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. That graph you were showing of the number of devices tailing off and the routing providers pretty much giving up as time goes on. What has caused them to give up?
Yes, indeed, we're seeing a downward trend in the number of the exploits we're seeing in the routing providers. And I think there are two reasons that can explain this decrease. First of all, the improvements in the platform security in the Android with every release, especially with Android 8, which brought a lot of security mitigations and their security features, which make it harder to exploit privilege escalation vulnerabilities on the devices. And
which we were hearing more about yesterday, actually, as well.
And the second factor is the pricing of the exploits for the offensive capabilities, that they are going up significantly. And for developing exploits for routing providers, probably not profitable to invest in this direction.
Okay, thank you. So if we can go to Richard now, and if I can just say, Richard, your definition of a human readable string and my definition are slightly different. I think your string reading capability is rather better than mine. Where did the exploits come from?
It's a bit of a mixture. Some of them you can find proofs of concepts on GitHub, which are clearly identical in terms of the API calls, the parameters, the thread setup, etc. Some of them we haven't been able to find anywhere. Others, Towelroot, for example, some of it was common with other samples you can find on the internet, but Kingroot had a variation which we haven't seen anywhere else. So it's a bit of a mix between open source, publicly available stuff and some things they've obtained privately.
Well, there you go. We've found something you can't find on GitHub. There's a first, I think. Thank you very much. And Lynn, can you provide a bit more information on how you generated that lookup table when you were looking at the devices targeted by Kingroot?
Okay, so basically, Google has quite a large number of testing devices available, for different testing purposes. So basically, the lookup table only consists of three things: the brand, the model, and the kernel version. And the brand and model, they are kind of limited number of combinations that we can get from our testing devices. And also the kernel version is also has quite a limited number of choices that then when you combine them differently, do some kind of permutation, then you generate quite a big lookup table that you can look for in further exploits.
Okay, thank you very much. We are perilously close to being out of time, but it is looking, isn't it, from all your work, that if you're the kind of person who gets a phone and just routinely roots it, your options are now getting very limited. Is it a case of switching platform?
That is a very good question. I think vision becomes more difficult, and it basically breaks the Android platform security guarantees, and your, for instance, it violates Google Play policies, or it, I don't even have any a good answer to this.
Fair enough. There are, as we've found before, there aren't answers to anything. But Eugene, Richard, and Lynn, thank you very much. If you do have the time, please do jump into the chat. But it's been great having you. Thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. So, thanks very much to them. Hopefully they will now jump into the chat. You can chat to them in the general chat and the Q&A. And next up, we're going to find out who stole my $100,000 worth of Bitcoin wallets and how to catch them. So let's hear more with our first time VB speaker, Tan Kiang Shong.
Hey, good day, everybody. Thank you very much for having me here today to share with you about my Bitcoin wallet story. My name is Kian. I'm an independent security researcher, a member of the HoneyNet project. As a honeypot hobbyist, I always wonder, what if you and I, we put some sort of our private files, backup files on the internet, and then we leave it there for a long time. So what will happen to them? This is always the big questions that I have in mind, and this is how so-called form the fundamental idea about who stole my $100,000 worth of the Bitcoin wallets. So, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 30 minutes, we are going to explore about three things. First, let's take a quick look together about this kind of Bitcoin wallets idea, how we implement the new tools named Honeyback. Secondly, how we slot those kind of Bitcoin wallets into our Honeybags, and eventually we just leave it there on the internet. So last but not least, the most important part, what is happening on all those Bitcoin wallets that we put on the internet? Definitely want to know if all of them has been stolen or just all of them still stay safe over there. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the three main things that will be discussed today. So let's start it together. Nowadays, security companies scan the whole internet, doing a wide internet scanning in order to look for insecure web server, insecure file servers on the internet. And a lot of brains behind the scenes are thinking, how can we secure all these kind of insecure servers on the internet? Definitely the bad guy, they are doing the same, but they did it with a bad intent. For example, they are looking for those kind of insecure web servers, files on the internet, and then they try to harvest those kind of juicy data. For example, sensitive informations, corporate information, which is a secret that is not supposed to be exposed on the internet, looking for some of the backup files, personal file, all these kind of very juicy informations, they are really the targets for lots of bad guys on the internet. But definitely, all these kind of insecure web server, it could be due to humans' error. For example, some system administrator accidentally make some configuration changes, and eventually this lead to so-called file exposed to the internet. It could be some sort of a default behavior of certain third-party software which will expose things on the internet. It could be one of these kind of reason as well. For me, I will say that if one particular bad guy gain access into the server, or they gain access into some sort of internal environment, definitely they are looking for juicy content, juicy data. It will be could be credit card details, user informations, user database, or even those kind of Active Directory dump. All these kind of data depends on what they want. If it is the same analogy like a street thief itself, carrying a bag, break into a house, and then put all the jewels into it, carry the full bag, and then heading out from the environment. It's a similar kind of conditions or scenario which happen for those data exfils activities on the internet. As a honeypot researchers, I always wondering anything we can do, anything we can help in terms of cyber defenders' point of view. So, like a real world movie, somebody carrying a bag, and those kind of bag has been stolen. What if we can put some sort of like GPS tracker into the bag itself? Eventually, when the bags transport from one place to another place, it will send us this kind of a small little ping. So it will give us some sort of details about who is the guys behind the scene. Yeah. So for the past recent year, Honey token is one of the very popular name. And then this is how people start to create bits or different type of token sprayed on certain environment. This token is not meant to be used initially because the purpose is supposed to be leave it there. If somebody hit on it, found on it, stab on it, it's going to be something wrong. Yeah. So this is definitely the directions that we are going to go with today. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look about an example, real life example on the internet. Thanks to this very well-known security professional, Mr. Didier Stevens, he blogged about these activities a few years back on a SANS blog post. Back in the 2017, Bitcoin price is all-time high. I think the whole entire world was crazy about it. So definitely malicious attacker try to scan the whole internet, looking for any particular backup Bitcoin wallet which is exposed to the internet, or somebody who store their Bitcoin wallet on the internet. Malicious attacker conduct wide internet scanning, looking for all these things. And this is one of those activities that hitting on the web server which belongs to Didier Stevens. Yeah, I would say these activities, and this is what quoted from Didier Stevens, the activities continuous for a few years, for a few months, and the pattern is always coming back. So let's take a quick look together about the web logs that he posted on the blog itself. Personally, I would like to say that this is a very beautiful and sexy web server log itself. Yeah, so, if you're not really familiar with the Apache web server log format, in brief, the first column is an IP address. Second column is all about the timestamp. Eventually, it will continue follow with the browsing URI, and it will follow by the HTTP response code and also the user agent. This is how as simple as how we can read it. But in overall, this is about a bad guy from the internet continuously hitting on Mr. Didier Stevens' web servers. They are looking for Bitcoin wallet. The guys is try his luck, try different file name, try one by one, try to guessing those kind of Bitcoin wallet name, and of course, the guys receive a lot of 404 error code itself because there was no any Bitcoin wallet on the server itself. But what was really catch our attention is those Bitcoin wallet file name. So a common Bitcoin crypto wallet file name could be named as wallet.dat, or it could be some sort of wallet _ backup.dat. But somehow, the bad guy is looking for some zip file which contain those kind of wallet.dat. So the file name could be wallet.zip or backup/wallet.zip. As a security researcher or as a honeypot hobbyist, I always have this big thought in my mind. How can we help? How can we do in this kind of case? Can we just feed the bad guy with the data that they need? And eventually, the data that we feed to them will reveal some sort of information about who is the guy behind the scene. Yeah, this is just a very simple idea. And eventually this idea formed the fundamental for our new tool, which namely Honeybag. Yeah, let me introduce to you these tools, namely Honeybag. This is one of our most recent developments, a tool that allows you to create a bait file, which allow you to include any folders or files and notify you if someone access it. Yeah, for example, you and I, we can create a zip file. We can slot or embed any folders or files into it, and eventually when someone access it, unzip it, or try to browse into the content itself, it will notify us. This is just the idea and kind of an idea behind the scene. The main goal is definitely about the notification part. If we can understand or have a good idea about who is the guy behind the scene, that would be fabulous. These tools could be very helpful for our security community, especially from cyber defenders' point of view. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick look about how honeybags work. Honeybags contain 3 different components. The first component will be about the client, which is a Python script. You can generate different bait files. Secondly, we have the Honeybag, a simple DNS server. And then thirdly, you can try to set up a responder, which should try to work together with Honeybag in order to get a better result. So let's take a quick look together about the first component, which is Honeybag client. It's a Python script. You can easily generate one zip file or thousands of zip file, and it can easily contain all those kind of different embedded folders, file names, document, PDF, you name it, you have it. So at the entire tree view, the very simple tree view of this zip file is the one looks like is the one on the right. So let's see. If we created a secret file called secret.zip, and then the folders, it contains a folder called secret folder. It may have just one single document, which is a super secret documents.pdf. Yeah. With this kind of setup, our honeybags will automatically slot another 2 files into it, which is the first will be the one end with file extensions.url, and then the second one will be the one with the name desktop.ini. These 2 files, in fact, they serve as so-called the alerting mechanism for our honeybags. Definitely, I would like to full credit for these presentations to Canary Token, which published by Things company. This is really very wonderful techniques that introduced in Canary Token. I really suggest that if you want to explore more, you can try to explore Canary Token as well. But in this case, these 2 files, desktop.ini and .url, internet shortcut file, both files are very commonly found in Windows operating system. Desktop.ini in a legitimate usage is related to how Windows show or display a folder with on Windows Explorer. For example, if you would like to customize the icon, if we would like to customize some sort of info tips, for example, if we move our mouse into the folders will just show kind of tips on it. This is how the legitimate functions of desktop.ini. For .url itself, this is an internet shortcut. Initially, if someone really click on .url file, it will lead us to so-called one of those intended websites itself. It's just meant for convenient usage, but definitely thanks to Things Canary Token again, while both of the files try to reach out to some sort of internal locations for icon. In fact, you can play some sort of tricks with it. You can, instead of the local address or local folders, you can try to point desktop.ini or .url file to look for icon on external resources. In this case, it could be an external domain, or it could be an IP address sitting somewhere on the internet. This is a very brilliant idea, and thanks to Canary Token again. Definitely the tool is inspired by Canary Tokens a lot, and we are trying to kind of build honeybags in terms of much easier to customize, and then with more functionality, especially you can embed any files, any folder with it. So this is a really handy alerting mechanism. So let's take a quick look. What if someone received the secret.zip file and he start to unzip the file itself and try to go into the secret folder? What will happen next? So in this case, it will trigger the two alerts automatically. The desktop.ini will reach out to our simple DNS server, which is in the domain basis. In this case, it will send information such as username, hostname to our DNS server, and then our DNS server will be the one who do the logging for it. In this case, will be a SQLite simple logging for it. The second mechanism it will kickstart is the .url file. The .url file will try to reach out to an IP address, look for icon. In this case, what if we place a responder on the IP address? This is how we're going to get those kind of SMB traffics, and eventually can collect some sort of NTRM hashes or NTRM v2 hashes for further analysis later. Well, in overall, we are collecting a lot of different pieces of informations. What if we can gel up the whole things later, and this will turn out to be could be a good pictures for the analysis itself. One of the caveats, one of the limitations, this particular alerting mechanism right now, it just mainly work for Windows operating system. Yes, it is only work for Windows operating system. So what if a bad guy open our zip file on a Windows operating system? We will receive this particular alert from our DNS servers or the responder side. But what if someone, bad guy, open the zip file on the Linux or Mac OS? Well, it won't trigger any alerts as for now, but we really hope that in the next future's development, we can find some good way in order to slot this kind of alerting mechanism into Honeybag. Well, right now we have the tool on hand. This technique is not that new because you can try to search in internet. People are talking about it, but what Honeybag is currently offer is an open source tool. You can easily embed any zip file in it. You can create tons of it, the base file, zip file, and then spray it on the internet. And this is what we are planning to do with a Honeybag. So we have a tool on hand. Right now we have to craft some sort of new idea. How can we get the best out of it? Initially, those ideas could be, let's try to set up honeypot servers and pretending to be one of the financials company or financial institute. We've tried to leak some sort of the financial data out there. But after discussions, after numerous of thought, this one very interesting idea came in. Everybody loves Bitcoin wallet. So what if we place $100,000 worth of Bitcoin wallet on the internet for 90 days? What will happen next? Yeah, this is just a very simple use case or experiment, also called proof of concept for Honeybag. We just want to find out what will happen next. There's a big challenge right here. I don't have that particular $100,000 worth of Bitcoin wallet. I really wish that I have, and if someone can really donate to me, I really appreciate of it. So, yeah, we start to go for this approach. We found that there's something called Bitcoin testnet. We try to create 10 Bitcoin wallet. Each of them will be unprotected or unencrypted with any password itself. Each wallet contains one BTC testnet. Yeah, the difference between BTC Bitcoin, the real Bitcoin, and the BTC testnet is BTC testnet is meant for development usage. Whoever want to explore some Bitcoin applications and you want to test with a Bitcoin blockchain itself, you can use BTC testnet. In fact, there's no real value associated with the testnet. The wallet itself could be looks the same, but the Bitcoin address will be different. It will prefix with a different character in front of it. In this case, you can get these BTC testnet from a lot of falsehood around the world. But definitely after the experiment, or so after the use case, we encourage everyone just to return those testnet values, so it will be helpful for the community to use it later. Well, another thing in our mind, human psychology, when you talk about wallet is something that contains value. It's a place or the placeholder with those called cash, value, credit card. But in real life, if someone put a wallet on the street, this is the same analogies of what we are going to do right now. We try to leave our Bitcoin wallet on the internet, and let's see what will happen next. In this case, we place our Bitcoin wallet on numbers of open directories or web servers on the internet. Again, the same analogy, we try to leave it there, sitting quietly, and then waiting for things to be happen. Yeah, of course, we try to make the web servers to look real. We added some sort of a bunch of different data, some sort of different data on it. Eventually, what we expect, also called initially, what we expect our web servers will be something like this. It will be full screen of those very sexy and very beautiful web logs, and attackers are trying to attack you, try to grab the Bitcoin wallet from you. But in reality is totally different. Our web server is so quiet. From time to time, there are some flies or cats that really crash in. That's all. Maybe if lucky, we'll see some Google bot or Bing's bot that just try to talk to our web server. It's really disappointed at a very initial stage, because we thought of things will just fail. Our initial experiment will be just not that useful at all. But lesson learned, just be patient. It will always take time to harvest the good result. And how can we improve it? In this case, we try to improve it with a more proactive approach. We decided to drop some sort of message or tips on Pastebin. For example, hey, this is my super secret personal Bitcoin wallet. Don't download it. But when you put the words "don't download it" on Pastebin, people start to go crazy for it. They will start to download it, and well, they will continue to download it definitely. So what happened in 90 days? Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, after 90 days, our 10 Bitcoin wallet, which we slot into honeybags, was stolen. 9 out of it alerted us with some sort of thief information, such as the username, a unique host name. There was one missing. It could be somebody opened the zip file with a Windows or Linux machine. Eventually, never alert us about the detail itself. One of the fastest record for the stolen wallet will be around less than 1 minute after we post it on the Pastebin. Well, it could be due to an automated bot try to pull stuff from Pastebin, but this is what we observe. Ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you about one of the very interesting observations for the 90 days as someone totally wiped out our BTC testnet wallet. Well, BTC testnet wallet, it don't really contains the real value, but I'm not sure why this guy just totally wiped out our BTC testnet wallet. The entire activities happened around March 23rd or March 24th. We created the wallet on March 23rd, and then we pushed it on the internet. Less than 24 hours, it was stolen, and the guy who just transferred the whole things out in less than 24 hours. Let's take a quick look of 3 different components together: the weblog, the rest, Honeybags DNS, and then the responder. So on March 24th, these activities first happening on 1440 UTC. Our wallet.zip file got stolen from the web server. 2 minutes after that, we start to receive the DNS alerts in our DNS Honeybag DNS server. The DNS traffic itself contains a certain pattern, and this is the predefined pattern. The first you can see is some sort of a string with a blue.desktop dash or something something, and you can see it on the screen. So the first column is the username, the second column is the hostname, and the third column is the domain. So this gives us some sort of information about the guy behind the scene. I will call him as Mr. Blue. So Mr. Blue traces appear as well in the responder. In this case, the username and the hostname is exactly matched with what we're seeing on the DNS server. Yeah. From our responder traces, there are some sort of anti-HTML hashes over there. We can really analyze it later. But while we try to correlate all these three different components together, it will form a very cool, very good analysis in terms of the timeline. 1440, the wallet was stolen. 1442, 2 minutes afterward, we received the first DNS alert. It indicates someone is accessing the wallet.zip file. After a while, we received SMB alerts as well from responder. And after the 35 minutes from the wallet first stolen from the web server, Mr. Blue just wipe out our entire BTC network. I guess he just make fun of us, definitely, or he just pissed off about what we are doing. Well, just some do and don'ts. Definitely the first lesson learned will be just be patient. It's always take time to harvest a good result in terms of deceptive defense mechanism. You can customize your own bait with your own unique names and stuff. Just do it for your own way. You can replace any token as much as we can. I would suggest that put up some warning message, claim that, hey, this is our stuff. Don't steal it, or you're not allowed to steal it. But I believe that nobody will care about it. Well, again, never underestimate this great impact of it. Initially, this could be just for Windows alerting mechanism, but in fact, 9 out of our 10 of our Bitcoin wallet was stolen, and they will give us back some sort of information about the guy behind the scene. Well, you can download our tools, Honeybag, from this GitHub URL, tools that allow you to create a bait with any folders and names, notify you when someone accesses it. Yeah. That's what I have for today. Thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you very much to Virus Bulletin 2020 localhost for this great, wonderful event. Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
And I am very pleased to say that Kian's joining us for a live Q&A right now. Hi, Kian.
Hey, Angela.
Hi. I really enjoyed that presentation, as much for the content as your journey that you went on when you were designing your experiment, when you were carrying it out, the highs, the lows, the frustration when people were not stealing the wallets was amazing. How was it from an emotional point of view, doing all of that?
Oh, this is definitely one of the very wonderful journey, because initially we just want to get things to be stolen. But who knows, things are just so quiet, and we don't have any those kind of such a sexy or such a beautiful web log as what I showed just now. And then eventually we try to find some good way in order to get it stolen. And eventually all those kind of wallet get stolen event, and we have the data that we want in hand. So from an initial start until the frustrations, until out of nowhere, you just came up with some different idea. Hey, let's go and try this out. Eventually lead to some fruitful observations. It is always back to so-called a challenge for a lot of honeypot researchers or honey token practitioners behind the scene. We just want things to be happen. But from a cybersecurity defender's point of view, we hope that we have a clean network. There's no any malicious activities appear on a certain environment. We just want things to be clean. So this is two contrast emotions, but eventually we just try to get the best out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, because a nice clean network is good, right? But you said in the presentation that it was just going to be like leaving a wallet on the sidewalk. And then you found out that what it was actually like was leaving a $50 note rolled up very small in a tiny gap in a brick wall, really, wasn't it? 90 days is a long time to wait.
Yep. 90 days. Yeah. Times 24 hours.
So is the new Honeybag tool freely available for download yet?
Oh, yes. You can find it on a GitHub right now. So you can go to GitHub and try to look for Honeybag. And then currently we have some sort of minimum setup requirement, which noted in the GitHub page itself. You can also find 10 simple steps in order to set up Honeybags. So have fun. Yeah.
Thank you. I think you should also publish that list as well from your research of things you really shouldn't call your Bitcoin wallet because the bad guys know about those names. So thank you for the advice there as well. Sadly, we're out of time. Are you okay to jump into the chat and answer any questions that people have there?
Oh, yep, sure.
That'd be fantastic. And I'm sure that if somebody has got that $100,000 that you were asking for that you need for your experiment, you'd be very happy to take that sponsorship as well in the chat room. But I'll leave you to do that. But for now, Kian, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And now we are going to find out about SilentFade, unveiling Chinese malware abusing the Facebook ad platform. And that's with Sanchit Karve.
Hey everyone, welcome to the COVID edition of Virus Bulletin. Like everyone else watching this, I wish we could have delivered this presentation in person, but I'm excited that VB decided to power through the pandemic by going virtual. On the plus side, I'm happy that I no longer need to restrict myself to just one presentation track at a time, and I'm looking forward to enjoying the conference talks in their entirety. So let's dive right into this. My name is Sanchit Karve. I'm a malware researcher at Facebook, and I'd like to present some of our findings on what I hope you will agree is a rather unique malware family we've coined as SilentFade. Over the last year and a half, I've analyzed this family with Jennifer Ergeles, who's a threat investigator at Facebook, and not here at the moment. Since we're located on opposite sides of the country, we figured we'd just have one speaker present this for the sake of simplicity. Right. Before we talk about SilentFade, we need to be aware of certain Facebook-specific technologies to understand the features that the malware is equipped with. Once we go through its capabilities, I'd like to talk about the abuse that originates from accounts compromised by SilentFade. It's not often that we're able to directly correlate abuse on a web platform with a credential stealer, but we were fortunate in this case to be able to do it. Not only that, we were able to find individuals involved in the development of this malware and took legal action against them in December 2019. More on that shortly. Now, when anyone thinks of the history of Facebook and malware, Coopface is typically what comes to mind, as it was one of the first ones to target users of the platform. But over the years, there have been numerous others, of which only a few are listed on this slide. Note that in this talk, I use the word malware to refer to crimeware, and not APTs or PUAs or trojanized apps. Crimeware families generally use Facebook as a platform to spread, exhibiting worm-like functionality like bpush, or compromise accounts to achieve a certain purpose. So the main focus of this talk is SilentFade. We discovered this family near the end of 2018 and realized after a further investigation that the group behind it goes back to 2016. Today, this family generally has a high AV detection rate, but isn't trivial to remove. SilentFade is interesting to us as it explicitly targets users of social networks, and more recently, services with social components like Amazon. After investigating this for over a year, we found connections to other evolving malware families based on commonalities in the samples. We'll get to those in a bit. Facebook exposes an API for developers to access the social graph. It's called the Graph API. Any app or game on the Facebook platform can use the Graph API to get information about friends or user information. For example, if you want to build a photo editor on the Facebook platform, you can get access to the user's photos by making a GET request to graph.facebook.com/me and pass in photos as one of the query arguments shown in the screenshot. We have docs and an API debugger tool called the Graph API Explorer, which developers can use to test their own queries. Note that services that use the Facebook login also rely on the Graph API for login functionality. This API is central to accessing the social graph, to the extent that Facebook's own apps are clients of this API. The Graph API requires OAuth for user authentication. No credentials are involved, but an access token is generated by Facebook and sent to the app once the user provides permission to an app. So knowing this, how can you identify a Graph API query in a binary? In most cases, you will see a call to graph.facebook.com, followed by the API version, an endpoint, the query, and a user or page access token as parameters to the endpoint. The screenshot here is from a SilentFade sample that includes a very specific Graph API query. As I mentioned in the previous slide, it needs an access token generated for a platform app that a user has provided permissions for. We'll explain how it gets an access token and the purpose of this Graph API query shortly. But with that, we are ready to dive into the capabilities of this Trojan. And if any of you were wondering, we coined the name SilentFade as the malware is capable of running ads on Facebook without the user's knowledge by exploiting a bug on the platform. We first noticed that something was off when traffic on Facebook suddenly spiked on December 22nd, 2018. After digging into the traffic logs, we discovered that the spike was caused by a then unknown malware. After investigating the samples further, we found that it was stealing Facebook cookies and credentials and exploited a vulnerability to stay hidden from compromised users. Eventually, we found samples going as far back as April 2017, where SilentFade stole credentials for Facebook and Twitter, and last year began stealing credentials from Instagram and Amazon as well. We don't know the full extent of how SilentFade arrives on a system, but so far we found adware bundles and binaries and torrents that include SilentFade. In one specific instance, we found another malware family download SilentFade upon infection as well. As mentioned earlier, it steals Facebook credentials in the form of stored passwords and cookies from the browser credential stores upon infection. Using these credentials, it retrieves basic profile information, the number of friends a compromised user has, any owned pages, along with the total amount that the user has spent to run ads on Facebook. It also checks if the user has a valid credit card or PayPal account linked to their account, which we believe is used to gauge the value of a compromised account. Upon infection, the malware will modify the user settings to ensure that they receive minimal Facebook notifications on their devices and exploit a vulnerability to stay hidden from users as much as possible. We'll get to that in a bit. Some samples included a service component and watcher threads that ensure that individual files are replaced by the watcher mechanism even if they are deleted. So like many info stealers today, SilentFade will read the login data cache file that Chromium-based browsers use to read saved passwords. These are stored in an encrypted form, but are decrypted prior to being sent to their C2 servers. It also steals cookies by reading the cookies cache file that Chromium browsers use. This is especially interesting as they can collect session cookies, which are tokens issued post-authentication. That means that the malware doesn't have to deal with two-factor or multi-factor authentication, as it already has the token issued after a successful login. So once it retrieves session cookies for Facebook, SilentFade makes a web request to Facebook with all the cookies attached in HTTP headers. And because these are valid cookies, the request is made as an authenticated user and it gains access to the account. This alone isn't enough. After all, it still needs an access token from a platform app to be able to use the Graph API. But instead of creating their own app, they hijack the access token from a default first-party app known as the Ads Manager, which lets users create and manage ads on the Facebook platform. This is done by looking for the Ads Manager access token in the HTML response of the page at facebook.com/adsmanager. Once the access token is extracted, SilentFade can make Graph API queries with it. Now, the Graph API query I shared earlier uses GraphQL to get a list of all payment methods linked to an account. A sample response from this query is on the extreme right and contains information about linked credit cards as well as the total ads balance available on the user's account. In this instance, you can see that an American Express credit card is linked to the account and has a balance of $30 against the account. Just knowing this information lets the attackers know which compromised accounts can be used to pay for ads using the victim's payment information. I should stress at this point that payment details are not visible even with access to an account, so there's no risk of leaking credit card numbers here. All the information collected is structured as JSON and sent back to the C2 servers. As you can see, this account summary alone is enough to determine high-value accounts based on their ability to run ads. Now let's look at some of the unique Facebook-specific features that were included in SilentFade binaries that minimize the chances of being detected by Facebook users. As soon as it's able to access a Facebook account, it disables all notifications from Facebook, whether it be through SMS, email, or push notifications. It even disables notification sounds to stay silent. This ensures that users will likely never see notifications in real time about activity on their posts or ads created as a result of account compromise. Facebook also offers a notification bot via Messenger, known as Facebook Login Alerts. This is a Facebook page that sends a message to users when we detect a suspicious login event on the account. In the example on the screen, you can see that I received a notification from this page when it detected a suspicious login on my account and asked me to review it. We also offer another messenger bot called Facebook for Business, which messages users with updates on the status of their ads and their performance. In this example, you can see a message from this bot informing the user that an ad that they've created has been approved. This is great, but it seems the SilentFade authors have spent a lot of time tinkering with Facebook settings, long enough to find a vulnerability, which they took advantage of and used the opportunity to exploit it. SilentFade blocks both of these pages, at which point users stop receiving notifications from the login alerts or the Facebook business page. As a result, users are not notified of suspicious logins or ad activity, even when our security systems detect abnormal behavior. You can see a portion of this functionality in the disassembly listing on the screen, where the page IDs of login alerts and Facebook business pages are passed to the messaging/block_messages endpoint. However, that's not the bug. The bug is towards the bottom right. Notice the privacy/block_user endpoint string. Facebook differentiates between pages and users and offers different ways to block each type of object. The server-side component responsible for blocking the user did not check if the provided ID was actually a user account or a page. And because of this missing check, any object such as a page was successfully blocked as if it's a user. Unfortunately, the code responsible for unblocking objects does check whether an ID is a user or a page. And because of this incomplete confidence check, you could block pages and ensure that they can never be unblocked. And that's exactly what SilentFade did. So this is the page for the blocking tab in Facebook user settings. Once the bug is exploited, in the screenshot you can see that pages are blocked as users. Now, if a user notices that, they'd probably want to unblock these pages. But let's see what happens when a user tries to do that. So you click the unblock button, and you get a generic error message, and nothing changes. So the block remains, leaving these blocked pages in an irreversible state. So as soon as we noticed this, we added the confidence checks to ensure that all blocks are reversible. We also made the login alerts and the business pages unblockable, so users will always receive notifications about suspicious login activity. We forced password resets and terminated all active sessions for users that had these exploit remnants, and added some more measures to detect account compromise as soon as it happens. The silver lining to this is that the exploit remnant allowed us to attribute all abuse originating from compromised accounts directly to SilentFade. So let's see what that looks like. But to summarize, once SilentFade infects a system, it uses legitimate sessions and access tokens to retrieve account information and linked payment methods. They are then exfilled to their C2 servers and possibly sold in an underground marketplace to the highest bidder based on the account value. The attacker or the buyer logs into the account using the same legitimate session, creates an ad, and uses the victim's payment method to pay for the ad. The ads themselves are for counterfeit goods like sunglasses or bags, They often use fake celebrity endorsement for weight loss pills, and of course, classic spam, male enhancement ads on the extreme right. These ads are run across Facebook, Instagram, and the Facebook Audience Network, which is our ad platform for running ads within mobile apps. These ads also use cloaking, and here's an example that shows it in action. Note that while the ad is real, the ad targeting information is totally fabricated for ease of explanation. Generally, every time you post a link on Facebook, Facebook includes what we call a link preview at the bottom of the content to show the domain name of the URL as well as a short description of the page. Notice that in this ad, the image itself is spammy, but the link preview shows that it's on the Alibaba wholesaler website, which obviously isn't the case. But the cloaking service used here is also aware of ad targeting information. So, for example, if an ad targets users in Australia, it will only redirect users to the scam page if their IP address geolocates to Australia. If the ad is targeted for mobile devices, only mobile devices will be redirected to the scam page. Similarly, a click has to originate from Facebook to see the scam page. In all other instances, you are taken to a clean page. This is intentionally done to throw off automated URL classification systems. And the images in the ads themselves are often distorted to throw off image classifiers. In addition to this, they try to fool automated URL crawlers that follow and log redirect chains. Scam pages abuse the JavaScript history API, which lets you add web pages to the browsing history stack programmatically. Some pages include bookmarks within their own page, anywhere from 10 to 100 times in the history stack. And this has an interesting effect. When a user ends up on a scammy page on their phone, their instinct is to press the back button to go to the previous page or close the browser. But since the browser sees that there's another page in the visited URL stack, it will redirect the user to the same page. In essence, a user will have to press the back button up to 100 times to return to the previous page. Another variant of this technique, which is shown in the screenshot here, requires the user to press the back button for redirection. As soon as the user clicks the back button, the onPopState callback function is invoked by the browser. It is here where scam pages replace the URL with the link to the money page. This ensures that users are always taken to the scam site, but crawlers never see it unless they simulate clicks to the back button. Now, over time, we found several connections to other malware that do similar things, and we believe they are all a part of the same ecosystem as SilentFade. In 2016, the first sample we found from the SilentFade group was released in April, called Super CPA. This was an ad clicker that didn't interact with Facebook at all. Exactly a year later, we see the first version of SilentFade, with support for stealing Facebook and Twitter credentials. For some reason, Twitter was dropped in October that year. In April again the following year, Radware, a security company, published a report on the malware that they called StressPaint. It stole Facebook credentials and used an Instagram account bio to point to the latest CNC server, but not much else. December was the first time we saw the modern version of SilentFade, which includes the page block exploit and the use of the Graph API. We believe this is the first credential stealer to use the Graph API directly. As soon as it was released, we saw another variant of StressPaint called DiskScan, which used the exact same Graph API query as SilentFade. Now, 2019 was a busy year for this group, as you can see. Once we fixed the page block bug, SilentFade shipped with a version without any page block code or any notification disabling code. They started experimenting with different things like string obfuscation, use of online Git repositories like Bitbucket to host payloads, and began supporting more browsers to steal data from. Along with that, they slightly modified their Graph API query. SilentFade kept evolving into StressPaint kept evolving into PDF reader and CH cookie variants, which began stealing Amazon and Instagram cookies, and stole information on Facebook business managers as well. Around the same time, Bitdefender noticed another malware family that they called Scranos, which aside from having rootkit components, steals Facebook credentials and uses the Graph API as well. Not too long after, a new family written in C# emerged, called Facebook Robot, using the exact same Graph API query as SilentFade. In fact, the color fills for each block on this slide represent malware variants that share the exact same Graph API query. As of this year, we believe SilentFade has evolved into a variant known as Netsys, with evolutions in other families as well. We haven't tracked Skranos as much compared to the rest and assume it has evolved as well. But the group is clearly experimenting with these tools. Note that each family is written in a different language, from C and C++ to Delphi to .NET and even Visual Basic 6, all of which use the same or similar Graph API queries. Some of these malware families have recently begun to share C2 infrastructure. On the left, you see a decompiled Facebook robot sample written in C#. On the right, we see a Netsys variant written in C that use the same C2 server and the same AES key. Recent samples have also begun to use a virtual machine detection technique that we think is unique. And when I say unique, I mean their implementation. The approach is fairly common, which involves looking at the description of the graphics card drivers and looking for the presence of VM or virtual strings in them. These samples use the DirectX 9 API directly to retrieve this information. I've recreated the exact implementation in C on this slide. We've looked hard for samples using this technique, and I've only come across malware from this ecosystem so far. So in this case, we were able to use information within the samples to find actors involved in the development of this malware. We were lucky to find a GitHub repository hosting all of the unique libraries used by SilentFade. The screenshot on the right shows a snippet of code from the GitHub repo, matching exactly with the SilentFade binary sample. We also found samples with this code in the wild before the GitHub repository was created. The PDB paths correlated with the username and description of the GitHub account owner, and we found connections to other domain names as well. We found some of the library code posted by the same user on a Chinese language programming forum as well. On other forums, we found the same actors looking for traffic to install SilentFade through paper install networks, or PPI networks. Once we concluded our investigation, we filed a legal suit in California in December 2019 against these individuals for violating our terms of service and advertising policies relating to ad fraud. Now, since then, SilentFade has essentially been rewritten. There's new C2 servers, a new protocol, a resurrection of Twitter functionality, and string obfuscation using MMX instructions, as you can see in the screenshot here. The sample on the right is the original SilentFade malware, and the one on the left is when we took legal action. Notice that the strings appear unobfuscated in the original sample and are obfuscated on the left. I think it's important for the AV community to note that there's not a lot websites can do to stop or remove malware infections on user devices. In most cases, we don't have any of our software running on the user's endpoint, and therefore can't remove malware from their devices. In the case of SilentFade, while we can terminate sessions and forced password resets, an infected machine will always have the latest session cookies once the user logs in, leading to an infinite loop of password resets. The constant password resets provide a terrible experience for the user, and they're naturally inclined to blame the platform, even though we are trying to protect them from ad fraud in the first place. We need the support of security companies to stop account compromise at its source. Because of the open nature of the web, websites can't tell if a well-crafted web request is legitimate or not. Recall that with SilentFade, it makes a web request to Facebook using the same machine as the account owner, using a legitimate session and access token from the same IP address that the account owner typically uses. Recommending multi-factor authentication has its limits too. While it does protect against phishing, it does not stop account compromise via cookie theft. And as the AV industry is already aware, once a device is compromised, it's essentially game over at that point. So because of these technical limitations, web services cannot reliably determine account compromise in real time, and we depend on endpoint protection products to detect and stop malware from infecting user devices. Going forward, it may be worth considering showing users which online accounts could be compromised after a sample has been detected, and help users reset passwords to their accounts. We also believe that cookie compromise is on the rise. Many credential sharing frameworks and services that exist today handle passwords, but they aren't capable of ingesting cookies. We urgently need the ability to share compromised cookies in a programmatic fashion to stop account compromise. And like everyone else here, we also support working with law enforcement to deter cybercriminal activity. And given the threat landscape at this point, I think it's worth considering creating an API that would let AV products interface with the browser directly and share detection data with them. Browsers can then expose this information through a JavaScript API to web services, which can force password resets if a user's device was recently compromised by malware. We depend on the security industry for threat reports to stop abuse on our platforms and encourage everyone here to publish more often. In conclusion, we hope this talk sparks opportunities for partnerships and collaboration between Facebook and other web platforms with the endpoint security industry. We'd love to work with you and need to work together to make the web a safer place for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sanchit, for the presentation, and also Jennifer, the co-author, for all the hard work on that. And we have Sanchit joining us for some live Q&A. Hi, how are you doing?
Hey, Angela, how's it going?
Good, thank you. Another great presentation, which you have to be interested in, whether you're interested in the tech behind it or whether you've actually ever placed a Facebook advert yourself. It's got some great stuff, worrying sometimes, but then also reassuring, like the amount of level of notification and things like that was really good. So talking of notifications, because you did comment on how a huge amount of work went in to look at the settings, mess with the settings, disable notifications. Bogdan on Discord has asked, after disabling the Facebook notifications, some users might notice and they might re-enable those notifications. Does the malware ever scan again and undo it again, or does it give up after the first try because it could get found out?
Yeah, it definitely does do that, but it's not intelligent in any way. And what I mean by that is that it doesn't check if notifications have been enabled or disabled. It just constantly spams the disabled request every once in a while. I forget what the exact interval is, but it just keeps spamming that request.
Yeah.
So if it's enabled at any point, it gets disabled.
Okay, which, as you say, is not an intelligent approach to doing it, but it's a very thorough approach.
For sure.
Indeed. On the other hand, though, that might lead to the malware being found earlier. If somebody has actually noticed that their notifications have been disabled, re-enables them, you're going to notice it the next time, are you not?
Definitely. And ironically, that one feature, the whole point of having that feature is to stay unnoticed. And it is essentially that feature alone that let us find the malware responsible for it. So I found that funny.
But we rely on them making mistakes so we can find the bad guys, right? Thank you. And also Zuzana on Discord asks, you say that 2FA doesn't matter as malware steals post-authentication session cookies, but couldn't the attacks be prevented by forcing a two-factor authentication for purchasing an ad on Facebook?
Yes, so that's some of the changes that we've made. But I'm just talking about the login aspect. Like if you've already logged in and not logged out, you can still access pretty much anything that the user can access. So I was speaking more from that perspective.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. And were you, one question I've got here is, were you surprised to find Chinese cybercriminal malware targeting Facebook? Because a lot of the financially motivated malware you might expect to find from Eastern Europe, maybe. So Chinese, surprise? Was it really Chinese as well? Definitely.
Yes, definitely. Well, I suppose I should be surprised, but malware with Eastern European origins tend to have a more mature ecosystem and tend to target more high-profile institutions. So naturally, they get more focus. I think as Chinese cybercriminal operators pivot to newer things, I'm sure that there will be more eyes on them. So it could be a sign of things to come.
Okay, well, we'll rely on you to keep us posted on that then, Sanchit, if you would. We are out of time for the Q&A, but is it okay if you jump into the chat, the general chat and the Q&A chat, because some late questions do come in, and it would be great. Oh, in fact, I think there's another one in the Q&A. I can see action in the Q&A, so if you don't mind jumping in there, that would be absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much.
Will do, Angela.
And thanks
Thank you
for
so
coming
much.
on. Another brilliant presentation there. Thoroughly enjoyed that one too. And now we have a scheduled break. So get yourself cuppa and some biscuits. Again, feel free to tell me what the snacks are at your place. Are they as good as London last year? Will they be as good as next year's? We haven't even talked about where that might be yet. Now, if you're happy binge watching presentations, then please head over to On Demand and have a look at some stuff there. But don't forget that at 17:45 UTC, we do have another presentation here with live Q&A. That one is on financial cybercrime. There's also the Threat Intelligence Practitioners Summit, if you want to check that out. And if you haven't taken a look around the partner booths, please go and have a look at those. We have got the Cyber Threat Alliance booth. I think it's Jeanette in there. Let me just have a look. Yes, it's Jeanette in there. And we've also got the Bitdefender booth as well, where their OEM and technology licensing group are waiting to talk to you. So feel free to get yourself a coffee and head over and talk to the booths there. Also, feel free to tweet #VBLocalhost. Tell us what you're enjoying. Tell us if we need to get a new bell for the end of the break time. We are looking. You might be surprised at what we find. And also remember, tonight would have been gala night. So feel free, if you're dressing up tonight anyway, regardless if you think the party should go on, feel free to send me your preparation for gala photos. Maybe you're in your best bib and tucker. Maybe it's evening where you are and you're going to forget the tea and go straight for the Prosecco. Let me know. Send me your gala photos, or indeed gala photos from previous years. That would be fantastic. And also let me know if you have any shout outs as well to share with everybody. So enjoy browsing around, chatting to people, jump into the Q&A. If you haven't tried the chat yet, do come and chat to us. The chat is just over there in the left-hand menu, or if you haven't got a left-hand menu, look up there at the top right and click, and then you will get a menu for the chat. Come and chat to us, and I will see you at 17:45. Chester, I'm not sure we've got the bell right yet, but all feedback appreciated. We do our best, you know. We've got limited resources here at the moment, but we will keep trying. You are all having a fabulous time in the break. I believe the snacks are flowing. Andy's got the peanut butter sandwiches. Liam has ordered a paddy box. Yay. Won't be delivered until after the conference ends. Boo. And actually, didn't see any Kimberleys in there, Liam. Anyway, jealous? So good that you're all having a good time. And Aria says he has to say that although the snacks at this year's VB don't have the same variety as prior conferences, at least there's no big queue to get them. Good point. Snacks are always best if they're available. So thank you very much for all the feedback. Keep it coming and get me your gala photos. If you're dressing up tonight for the gala dinner, even though it's at your house, send me the photos or from gala dinners past. That would be fantastic on Twitter. So that's hashtag VBLocalhost. But now our next presentation, and we have Latin American financial cybercrime. And that's with Jakub Socek and Martin Jirkal.
Welcome everyone to this new exciting format of VB2020. Greetings from Prague, I'm Martin Jirkal.
And I'm Jakub Socek. We are both from ESET and we work there as malware analysts. And today we would like to talk to you about Latin American cybercrime. Martin, please take away the first part.
Thank you. In 2016, ESET started a small research project around Brazilian bankers that dominate Latin American financial cybercrime. I still remember the question from my colleague, where do we start? Well, naturally, we started by identifying most prevalent families at the time. Today, we monitor 13 bankers, only a few of which had some specific name at the time. Of these families, we detect thousands of attacks per day. We already released some findings at BotCon 2019 or at our blog where we described the most interesting or most impactful families. During our Latin American research, we started to feel like watching a good old classroom. There are smart kids that did their homeworks well and thoughtfully. There are slower kids that are not afraid to release something that should be consulted with their parents. And then there were homework banking trojans. Slowly, piece by piece, we started spotting similarities that sometimes were subtle, sometimes quite significant. And all in all, it looked similar to this picture, like copied homework. In this presentation, we are going to share these similarities with you. So, what is shared? Actually, quite a lot. We created 4 groups: binary characteristics, distribution chains, execution methods, and geographical distribution. So, let's begin straight away with the binaries. Every Latin American banker can be described by simple blueprint. It's quite general, but it can be really used for everyone. First of all, they start with the collection of information. They collect computer name, username, Windows version, installed software, and antiviruses, and firewall configuration. After that, they send this information to the operator. From the PDB files, we know that the phase is named registration. And one thing to point out, the URL is different than the CNC server. Then they scan the active windows for attack. The scanning looks for names or titles of the windows. All the names and titles are hard-coded in the binary, and they usually have 20 to 40 bank targets, depending on the area or the malware. If they find the target, they of course start communication with the CNC server, and then they display fake pop-up window. The pop-up window can be downloaded from the storage, can be obtained from the CNC server, stored in dedicated binary, or stored in the resource section. When they show the pop-up window, they block user input, they keep their window always on top, they disable hotkeys, disable task manager, and block the mouse manipulation. So the victim is comfortably in the malware and he cannot go anywhere. Another thing about binaries that we can look at is string encryption. LATAM American banking malware usually use some generally unknown encryption scheme. When we look at the table, there are some names of the encryption schemes. Just a note, these are our internal names, not the official names. One encryption scheme to point out is definitely book decrypt, because it's used by a lot of malware. What we found out using Google and some investigation is this algorithm is actually somehow known. We found it in the book that is written in Portuguese, and it's the first algorithm in the book on page 11. Another thing we can look at are string tables. String tables are popular by some of the Latin American banking malware. If you look at the string table, you can see that the implementation look practically the same. It would definitely fool me. But don't be fooled. The left one is Casbañero, the right one is Vadochrist. Good to note, they are of course not exactly the same. The first change is in the decryption algorithm. So another thing we can look at is implementation details. As most of the researchers watching this know, most of the banking malware in Latin America is written in Delphi. All of it. The not that well known feature are large binaries. Delphi files are already quite big. Then they can have the pop-up window in the resources, so they can get bigger to, let's say, 12 megabytes. Then the authors like to use binary padding, which is quite interesting, because the biggest normally used family is using right now about 700 megabytes. The Grandorado that have the name created after famously having big files have 300 megabytes. We will mention large binaries later. Also, there are third-party applications. Delphi Remote Access PC is used for CNC communication. It's used by Amavaldo, Casbañero, Mecotio, Mispadu, and Vadochrist. Magnification DLL is library that is used for taking screenshot of desktop. What is really important about this one, it's used by vast majority of Latin American banking malware, and it's not usual outside the region. Also for protection, they like to use VM Protect, and they like to use Temira right now. And they disable Google Chrome hardware acceleration. Well, you probably ask why, because this is not that common. We asked ourselves, and we looked as every developer on Stack Overflow. There you can see there is some simulate click of radio button, some automatic clicking of radio button in the browser, Chrome browser. Then the author gave an example. The example is written in Delphi. That's suspicious, but okay, can be whatever. So we looked further, we looked at the author, and we found a question about PHP, about not working PHP, and he also gave some example. That example is written in Portuguese and is about getting credit card information. So we think the authors are also going for the same web pages as we. Well, next thing we can look at is anti-fraud software. Actually, the authors have to look at it because there are two quite famous anti-fraud software used in Latin America. There is Trusteer from IBM, and there is Warsaw from Gas Technologica. Good to point out, Warsaw is sometimes required by the banks, so authors have to react to it somehow because it will be on the system, on some systems. Some malware is just reporting the discovery to the attacker. Some malware is trying to protect themselves by either exiting or hooking APIs. And some malware is trying to disrupt the operation by deleting file, blocking firewall, ACL modification, or just killing the anti-fraud software. So, to sum up this part of presentation, we talked about Delphi language, we talked about using of large binaries, about sharing some logic, encryption schemes, implementation details, third-party components, and anti-fraud software targeting. Well, that's all from my part. So, Jakub, are you ready to go?
Oh, I am. Thank you for the exhausting topics you mentioned for this first category. And I'm going to take over with another one, and that is distribution chains. Now, Martin mentioned a flowchart that you can create for binaries, and it will fit almost every Latin American banking Trojan. Well, as surprising as it may be, you can do the same for distribution chains as well. And this is what it would look like. So we always start by some distribution chain stage that can be either designed to simply download and execute the next one, or to serve as a final stage. If it is a final stage, it usually begins by checking an existence of a marker. If it does exist, then it quits, else it continues to create one. What is this marker I'm talking about? Well, it's a concept I believe all of you are familiar with. It's simply an indicator whether this machine has already been compromised or not. So it's usually a file or a folder, a registry key, or a mutex. Next thing the final stage does is to obtain a zip archive. Now this is something I would really want to highlight because this is used by every single Latin American banking Trojan we have analyzed so far. Then it continues to install the malware, which basically consists of moving the files to the correct location and renaming them accordingly. Then it may or may not set up persistence, which is usually done either by link file or run key or a scheduled task. And then it continues to execute the malware, which is something we are going to talk in detail in the next section. And we have seen this chain implemented in all sorts of languages: Delphi, JavaScript, PowerShell, Auto8, BatchScript, and even VB script. And based on our knowledge, we believe that they are used exclusively by Latin American banking Trojans. We have never seen them distribute anything else. It sort of makes sense because this is tightly connected to how the banking Trojan is executed. Why? Because the final stage needs to anticipate what is going to be inside the zip archive, how it's going to look like, and what it needs to do in order to install it correctly. Also, we believe that the authors are maintaining these distribution chains themselves. This is sort of a strange thing, and it is pretty unusual for an author of a piece of malware to be in charge of distribution as well. But we believe so, not only because of what I just said, but also because it seems that every family has its own set of these distribution chain implementations. What I mean by that is that a lot of times when you see a distribution chain stage, we can actually often pretty accurately predict what banking Trojan it is going to download, even without having the actual payload. However, there are a few exceptions to this rule. We have seen on multiple occasions on distinct distribution chains that something weird happened. A chain that is supposed to download, let's say, Casbanero, ended up downloading Micoteo. It did so once or twice, and then never again. And this happened too many times for it to be a coincidence. So on 6 different occasions on 6 distinct chains, we believe this can be just by chance. I'd like to dedicate a few notes to the first link in the chain. Back in 2017, this used to be a link file, but this is rarely used nowadays. Guildma moved to HTML files, but the rest of the families use something else. And this something else is MSI, which is something that is absolutely trending among Latin American banking Trojans since 2019. And by that I mean that today you will almost never encounter a distribution chain of one of those banking Trojans that will not start with an MSI. Therefore, I believe it deserves a few notes. So the authors use advanced installer in order to create MSIs that will launch the distribution chains. They do so in 3 main ways, either by embedding a Delphi file and executing it, or by downloading from a specified URL and executing the response, usually a script, or by executing an embedded script. So that's it for the second section. We learned that they share the same logic, same as binaries do. We learned that even specific chains are shared between multiple families. And the 2 technologies they all go for are zip and MSI. And I'm going to go straight ahead and move to the next section, the execution methods. So in this case, we already know what distribution looks like, and let's join it in an example with the execution. So it's usually pretty simple, something like this easy picture. So it starts by victim either visiting a spam link or a fake Facebook ad, leading them to downloading a zip with an MSI inside that when executed will execute an embedded VBS downloader, unpacker, that will unpack and execute a VB script downloader that will download and execute a VB script loader that will then drop the execution configuration, download a zip with an let me begin once again. So when we are at the loader stage, it goes on by dropping the execution configuration, and then it downloads an encrypted zip with an injector inside, several encrypted zips, each containing a support DLL, and a zip containing an encrypted banking Trojan. It then drops 2 configuration files, a general configuration and a CNC configuration, and it then continues to execute the injector. The injector locates on disk the encrypted banking Trojan, decrypts it and executes it, which then connects to its CNC server based on the CNC configuration, downloads an updated version of the CNC configuration, drops it on the disk and replacing the first one, and finally continues to do what it is supposed to do. If I didn't lose you like 10 seconds in this description, congratulations to you. It's usually pretty hard, and we were faced with this issue when writing those blog posts Martin mentioned at the beginning. And we weren't very easily able to answer simple questions such as how is the banking Trojan distributed or how is it executed? Well, hopefully now you see why we had those issues. But jokes aside, let's look at execution stage in more detail. First of all, how are the distribution chain stages executed? Well, since in the multi-stage chains, the stages are usually scripts, they rely quite heavily on living of the land binaries. in particular bitsadmin, certutil, MSI exec, PowerShell, WMIC, or WScript. As for the execution of the banking Trojan itself, only Guildmar relies on those, in this case Xtexport, Rexserver, or RunDLL. But interestingly, even this piece of malware stopped doing so. So how are the rest of the families executed? Well, it has to do with the mysterious zip I mentioned in the distribution section. First and easiest way is to simply embed the banking Trojan inside the zip, in which case the final stage will execute it. Now, why bothering with a zip? Well, Martin talked about large binaries, and this is exactly the reason why they use the zip. Because the Delphi files they distribute are large. It can lead from something about 5 megabytes through something like 30 to even something like 700. And in the case of those huge files, the technique of binary padding is done in a way that the zip's compression will shrink this file to just a few megabytes. So this is the reason why they chose zip files, we believe. Second method is a bit more complicated. In this case, the zip contains 3 different files: a legitimate AutoIt interpreter, a small AutoIt script, which serves as a loader or an injector, and the banking Trojan. The final stage executes the interpreter and passes the script for interpretation, which then in turn is responsible for executing the banking Trojan. Third technique is something I believe all of you are familiar with, and it is DL sideloading. In this case, the zip contains a banking Trojan and a legitimate application. Then the final stage runs the legit application, which then in turn sideloads the banking Trojan. For this technique to work, both files need to be in the same folder, and the banking Trojan needs to be named correctly. These are all responsibilities of the final stage during the installation phase. And finally, there's an upgraded version of this method, where a level of indirection is added in the case of an injector. So the legitimate application sideloads the injector instead, which in turn executes the banking Trojan. So this talk is all about sharing and what those families share. So I believe it comes as no surprise that these 4 methods are the main 4 that are shared between families. But what I didn't say yet, and what you can see in the table, is that actually some of these families use multiple methods. I don't mean in one distribution chain, but because, as I mentioned before, each family has its own set, different chains may go for different execution methods. To conclude this section, they also share the products they use for DLL sideloading. You can see some of the products we've seen. It's overall 20 different binaries belonging to Microsoft virtualization software, and actually pretty interestingly, quite a few anti-malware solutions. To conclude this section, we learned at the beginning that they share the same living of the land binaries, which is logical due to the script execution. The 2 most used execution methods are AutoIt abusing and DL sideloading, and in the case of the latter, they also abuse the same products. Moving on to our final category, geographical distribution. Now, Martin at the very beginning called those banking Trojans Brazilian banking Trojans. That is understandable because they were initially known to target Brazil. You may have heard this term a lot. But they slowly started to affect other countries, mainly Peru and Chile. And in 2018 and 19, they migrated to Mexico, effectively covering most of Latin America. But this term may soon grow inadequate as well, because in 2019 and 20, we see them moving to Mexico moving to Spain and Portugal pretty aggressively. Let's see a few examples. So this is a heat map of hit count of Grandorero before October 2019. And this is after. You can see that there is an enormous increase in Spain and a little bit of decrease in Brazil and Mexico. This is Misparu before February 2020, sorry. And this is Misparu after. You can see that there's also a significant migration from Brazil to Spain. And finally, this is Micoteo between March 2020, and this is after March 2020. Micoteo migrates a little bit slower than the remaining families, but we still see a significant number of detections there nowadays. That's it for this section. So I believe the conclusion here is pretty obvious. They target the same countries, namely South America, Mexico, Spain, and Brazil. And this is quite a lot of things to take in. So if we were to highlight some of those common characteristics, those would be the ones. So they are all written in Delphi. They go for large binaries. They share and use the same encryption schemes. They share even specific chains, and they very highly use the zip and MSI technologies. As for execution, they almost always go for either auto-it abusing or DL sideloading. And recently, we began this sort of coordinated move towards Spain. So we don't believe this can be a coincidence, and I don't think you will too. So let's elaborate on this a little bit. Who is it that is behind those Latin American banking Trojans? Is it really possible that this would be several independent threat actors all coming with the same ideas just like that? We don't believe so, and I don't think you will either. So, is it possible that this is one group maintaining all the families? Well, yes, it's certainly possible, but we believe it's unlikely, because why there would be so many families? And if so, why there would be so many repeating mistakes and missing features and each family behaving differently? It doesn't really make much sense. So finally, is it possible that these are multiple threat actors closely cooperating with each other? Yes, we believe this is the case. To conclude our talk, today we talked about Latin American banking Trojans that dominate Latin American financial cybercrime. They are all region-specific families with the same goal that basically makes them competitors. Yet, we see them sharing, and they share a lot. They share their techniques, their ideas, and their tools. Then they also show collective and collaborative development towards something better. And that is something that we have never seen before in any kind of malware ever. So that's it for our talk. Martin, do you think I missed something?
No, I think you said pretty much everything.
Well, hopefully you believe so too. In case you would have any questions, feel free to submit them to us or contact us directly. We will be more than happy to consult the topic with you. If you would like to get more information, I encourage you to check out our last podcast talk or Believe Security, where we published the blog post series Martin mentioned for more information. And be sure to subscribe to Asset Research Twitter account, where we publish all the new and exciting information from our research. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoyed our talk.
Thank you.
I did enjoy the talk, and I thought it was fantastic how they also talked about it coming from fake Facebook ads, which is a seamless transition from the previous presentation. So very nice touch there. I'm pleased to say that Martin and Jakub are joining us for a live Q&A. Welcome to VB2020.
Thank you for having us. Thank you. Hi.
Fantastic. So I'm going to pitch the first question to Martin, purely so that when he's finished answering it, Jakub, you can tell him how exhausting he's been, as you did in the presentation. Martin, there's a question in from Frank, which asks about Delphi being popular in Latin America, but he says it reminds him of a trend coming out of China about a decade ago for Delphi malware. So are the Latin American hackers modeling their tools on old stuff coming out of China, maybe?
Thank you. That's a great question. I'm really sorry I don't have a great answer because Latin America and Delphi and Brazil, it goes together like forever. But there is one thing that I think the Delphi is good for, and that's the forms, the pop-up windows that are used by the bankers. Because how the Delphi is done, how the programming language works, it's really easy to create these windows that are really specific for the area.
Okay, thank you. A bit of a history lesson there. It might need a bit of delving to find out about the history of that. And Jakub, if Martin hasn't exhausted you too much, can you answer Terras's question on Discord, which is what APIs are hooked by Latin American banking Trojan for its protection? And are there any other anti-analysis techniques used by this particular Trojan?
I think there is still something I can pitch in for the answers. So the main thing that's being hooked is the typical usual stuff you would expect: load library, just to prevent the modules of those anti-fraud software that are being used, mentioned by Martin in the talk. As for other anti-analysis tools, we don't see much regarding anti-debugging, mainly only some timing and the long sleeps in order to prevent some sandbox execution. But as for the rest, it goes mainly for very, very simple methods for discovering virtualization, and sometimes antivirus products. The methods go such as looking for window titles or process names, all the very simple stuff.
Okay, thank you very much. If you want to add more to that answer, we are out of time, but you are most welcome to jump into the Q&A and jump into the general chat, have a good old chat with people there and answer the questions more fully if you'd like to. But thanks very much for joining us, Martin and Jakub.
Thank you very much, and we will sure go and do it. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And now, hello from the OT side. Yes, there is a short appearance by Adele, but it's mostly Daniel Kappelman.
Hello, everyone. So, first of all, thanks for taking the time to come to this presentation. I know these are hard times we're living through, and Virus Bulletin made a great job putting up this conference. I know we all would love to be having fun in Ireland, but given that we unfortunately are not, I'm gonna at least try to at least make this some entertaining time, some time for you to learn something, probably get curious about the topic. And anyways, let's start with the presentation. This presentation is not a normal OT security presentation. What you may have seen in the past is normally a researcher that comes and tells you about how unique OT security is, about the challenges that we face, about how it is different and we work with different types of devices, and how how it differs from IT security in certain nuances. However, today I am not here to teach you about that, but instead to engage in a conversation and to try to talk about the challenges that we're facing and basically the overlaps where I am seeing, or where my team is actually seeing, that we would benefit from having both knowledge from IT and OT security if we ever want to solve these challenges and get everyone protected. And that is how I came up with this topic, that it was from the stickiest song I could imagine, Hello from the OT side. Those who don't know the song, please go and check for it. It's really good, and it's the stickiest thing I've ever heard. So, first thing first, what is the deal with OT? First of all, when if you have ever been to a conference and heard a bit about the topic, you might have already heard about the differences, right? Like industrial control system deals with the physical process versus IT, where it deals more with the data. Then when you combine both of these types of assets, you get to what we normally call operational technologies. Now, in the past, industrial control systems used to be isolated, and there was less of the computing world inside of there. There were no digital communications. It used to work separately. Now, as we start to combine both worlds, we see an increasing attack surface. We see how the attacker can go and find different avenues to target specific types of processes. Now, if what I'm saying is so dangerous, why are we doing it? It sort of sounds like there's no logic in here. Well, the logic is because it actually works. As simple as that, right? When you have a market where you have basically like the producers of products, of services, they see that there are benefits in these type of technologies, they are going to demand for them. And once that demand exists, the big vendors of OT products, you can call them Siemens, you can call them Rockwell Automation, Honeywell, whatever you want, they are definitely going to release these products that combine the capabilities of computing and the capabilities of this engineering equipment. So what's the summary? Industry loves it. And why? Because there is a purpose. It's not something that we can't control, but rather something that we should be struggling to secure. Now, when we get into this topic, the point is, what I'm saying is that there is an overlap. There is an overlap between the world of what you're seeing as a computer. In this case, for example, something that you would find coded in what we know as the enterprise attack from MITRE. And you see the new, what they just recently created, the ICS attack, which is basically specifically for controllers and more from an engineering perspective. Now, between both of them, there is this layer that we call intermediary systems, which refers, for example, to the ICS software and resources that, for example, enable, like an asset owner to pass, to communicate with the controller from the computer and, for example, push some ladder logic or watch a screen and then control from a visual interface into the process. So as a result, we get to this, what we call intermediary systems, again, highlighting the term, that is like cases where we have the same computers, servers, workstations that operate with similar OS and products, but that serve the attacker to gain access or to interact with the engineering controllers with basically industrial control systems. Following up on this theory, we have been working on this case that you see here, like theoretically speaking, what we call the funnel of opportunity. It was originally created for detections, for saying like where you can go and find the actor. But it's basically based on the fact that there are computers throughout all of this process. And what you can see in here in the left is that the attacker presence is higher in the base of the blue triangle. That's basically where you're going to see more of the attackers, more on, you have corporate systems and you see emails and you see compromises and you can see whatever, right? But as you get lower in the process, as you get closer to the engineering equipment making the physical process, you're going to see less of the actor. And the same thing happens opposite, like the severity of consequence is going to be much higher when you're on the lower triangle, on the lower side of the red triangle, and it's going to be less severe in the sense of like, it's less likely to get physical as you go up in the process. Basically, and just some background that I was possibly missing, this diagram of this structure simulates what we call the Purdue model, which structures how an organization can go from corporate all the way into the industrial process. However, through all of this process, there are computers, and the place where those triangles interact, you're going to see computers anyway. You can see there, for example, what we say HMI, human machine interface, engineering workstations. You can see networking appliances. You can see it's segregated with firewalls. You can see there are historians, which are basically how we transfer the data from the process into computers to make decisions. And, basically you're going to see again this overlap all over the process. And this is just a fun fact, right? It just, from the industrial side perspective, for so long we have been trying to separate and to show the nuances and how different it is and how we have to take things seriously in from different perspectives, that sometimes it even gets lost when you see the concepts or the definitions. So when you talk about industrial, when you talk in the lower levels, that's when we say an engineering workstation. However, it refers to a computer most often, right? It refers to a desktop that is possibly operating close to the process, that is enabling control of a certain asset, or that is used to go and push specific software into the controller and whatnot. This is just like a fun fact to show it is actually a useful concept, but we definitely should consider that there is an overlap, and we have to accept it, we have to live with it, and therefore collaboration is possibly our best way out of the challenges that we're living. So the best way to talk about these challenges is to actually walk you through some of the cases, right? Some cases that we have been working with that actually would benefit from having load collaboration, or where we actually have seen the benefits of this collaboration. This first slide into those cases, before jumping into the 5 cases that I have, is a matrix with div explaining the specific, a couple of specific incidents we've seen and how we would categorize them. I just thought that if you get some insights into here and get interested in learning more about cases related to OT and whatnot, I would definitely suggest you to go to this to the blog related to the OT CSIO. And well, I mean, I know that you can go and download the slides. So as you can see in many of these slides, I am adding links. Those links go to the blog post where you can learn a bit more about this. So we selected a couple cases that are included in this diagram, and those are the ones that I'm going to be talking through. This is just a quick summary. These are the cases. Most of those cases, as you can tell, are things that have been discussed in the IT security community forever, or that at least, they are often discussed. And the only difference is that I'm going to show you a bit of the OT nuance and why is it, or where is it that we are seeing some pain points. So the first one, and possibly my favorite, probably I'm going to spend most of my time in here, it's just from the ransomware perspective. The first thing is that since 2017, we have seen an increasing prevalence of ransomware incidents impacting physical impacting physical production, let's say, or disrupting the production. This doesn't mean that any factory is going to go boom because of ransomware. It doesn't mean that, anything's going to be destroyed or anything, but it does mean that as a company, my physical production is affected because there are interdependencies with software products. So from this perspective, the first case we saw was WannaCry, for example. That was really bad. For example, the case of Maersk, everyone have heard about that. Specifically, we saw how the process was disrupted and it impacted the organization. There was money involved and whatnot, and we saw it reach some engineering workstations, some HMIs and whatnot. But what's very interesting here is the impacts when you talk about post-compromise ransomware, which is not anymore ransomware strains that are made to just propagate indiscriminately and impact as much as they can, but instead it refers to ransomware that the actor can go and deploy once they get access to the environment. They figure out what are the assets, where is the pain, where is it going to disrupt the process, and then they can go and actually deploy this. This doesn't mean that the actor has to know any OT, but it means that they can cause a lot of pain without knowing it, and that it's not going to stop them. Why? Because in the end, ransomware is all about money. And if I want the money, I'm going to make it however I can. And if I see that by disrupting your process, I can do it, I'm going to do it. And that's basically what we're seeing. So to illustrate this case, I want to talk about the tale of the snake hose. This is just something very fun. Specifically, there was a researcher, a very well-known researcher, that found, I think it was past year, a specific strain of ransomware called Snake. We call them snake hose because we already have some snake ransomware. It just happens. Sorry, snake malware. It just happens. Others call them ECANs, but in the end, I'm going to refer to us as snake hose. So the actor found the snake hose, and what was very interesting about this sample is that it included a process key list containing a couple of OT-related processes. As this happened, the OT security community felt super happy, and a couple of research companies started publishing blogs and saying, this is targeting us. We see this ransomware has a process key list and it has 50, 60 processes for OT, and they're specifically terminating processes. This means that the actor knows what they're doing. And the media loved it. So they said they are targeting the industry. the actors, the financial actors now know what they are doing. Some even speculated that it might be a nation state. But when we started looking at that, we realized there was something weird about it. What was weird is that the number of processes in different types of research seemed to be different. So we thought, let's reach out to other people that have different perspectives into the topic, and let's see what they think. Let's see if they can share with us some different knowledge. So our OT security team reached out to Flare, malware analysis, basically, and reached out to our cybercrime team. So what happened here is, from the malware analysis perspective, our team found that the list was longer. It was much longer. It had over 1,000 processes, and only around 40 or 50 were OT related. So it was still interesting, but it seemed like something was off. It didn't seem to be so targeted as people would say. And then our cybercrime team said, like, guys, what you're saying here is fairly common. You know, like, stop messing up with us. We've seen this forever. This process kill has happened a ton. And oftentimes we see the actors building them up probably after, I don't know, like going and scanning into a specific environment, right? They go, they scan, they see processes, they stop them because it's going to help them with encryption processes. So, you know, probably they had an industrial organization here. They found these processes. So that means they're going to stop them. And that's all, you know, they would treat it as any other ransomware case. So after this analysis, everything seemed a bit different, right? It seemed like definitely it was something important for us, but that we had to understand differently. And that is why I would say this was a success. After this, actually, our research turned very differently. We started looking more into this, and we came up with this second portion of research that shows the result of joint analysis between like IT and OT parts. When we looked more into the sample, we came up with this research more focused on the financial capabilities, capabilities of financial actors of affecting OT organizations. And we saw that this list that was embedded in Snakeholes had been seen like a year before in LocalHost, had been seen in like all of these ransomware families that you see above. And we even found the second sample that had even worse processes because they weren't about historians. They were actually about interacting with controllers in a different sample that we call CLOP. CLOP is also fairly common case that affects, that is basically, it has been deployed by common financial actors that are broadly seen. Anyway, if you want to know more about this, please go into the blog. Again, I provided links in here, but I think this should give you an idea of what we're talking about. So a second case that I want to highlight is the typical, right? I mean, we already talked ransomware. Definitely there's an overlap, industrial impacts and versus, you know, like the financial component. In Trident, we see something different. It's not about financial. Trident is a case that many people here might have already heard about, and it refers to a case where a critical infrastructure organization got impacted by a threat actor and a nation state advanced threat actor, and they reach all the way from their corporate network. They got access. We don't even know how. It might have been, you know, business email compromise. It might have been spear phishing, water holing, you call it. And then they were able to navigate through those intermediary systems, basically from computer to computer to computer to servers and computers. And then basically they reached the safety instruments at system, this is not a computer anymore. This is a different type of equipment, industrial, specifically is meant to maintain the process within a threshold that is safe. And basically, yeah, this was one step from making a physical impact. But what's interesting here is what you see is that the actor actually, like all the footprints we saw were through through let's say computers and IT security. An IT security professional should be able to track, and this is how we were able to actually analyze all the process for the actor to reach to the controller. So in the different way to show it, here we show the different tools. If you want to see them again, well, I'm actually going to disappear here, but you can see the tools that we look through the process. We have a blog on this. I'm not going to be able to talk about them right now because of time, but basically you can see that the actor exploited this intermediary system throughout the full process, and only because we had a team that was, again, complementary between IT and OT security, we were able to map the full process and to understand how the actor acted. And this is where the big question lies, which is a second question here is, what can we do to detect when this is happening through the IT portions in this computer, in intermediary systems? and how can we avoid it from reaching all the way to the controller? Because when it reaches there, we've already talked about the fact that the severity of consequence is much higher. There is a physical risk. A third topic that I want to talk about here is filtering the noise, this is more like we see a ton of broad spread activity, right? We see a ton of commodity and specific malware and whatnot. We see it in many different organizations, and we all the time struggle to figure out which ones are campaigns, what the campaign is about, what do they want, what were they searching for, where is it coming from. And for example, in this first case that I have here, we talk about temp isotope. It's a campaign that is broadly recognized that impacted the energy sector. We were talking about a threat actor, advanced nation state sponsored. We could tell that they were after energy sector because they did spear phishing directed at engineers, water holding and strategic industry sites, and they also uncovered activity accessing HMIs specifically, from energy organizations. So here, if it looks like a duck and if it quacks like a duck, probably it's a duck. However, in the second two cases, it gets a bit trickier. The second case is APT33. This was actually from a different research organization. They did a great job finding a ton of IPs, going through them, figuring out the activity, and they actually filtered in the end, and they determined that it was Iranian sponsored and that it was searching for specific types of organizations, but the number of organizations was too high. You can see here, there's a link to the specific research I referred to, and you can go and read the report for this talk and you will find it there. But basically the point is, how they determined that this was something OT related is based on dozens of industrial equipment and software firms targeted, which means we can't really know, because even though there were dozens of impacted organizations, there were dozens of other impacted organizations of other types, probably, like financial banks and whatnot, and basically we cannot really tell. And it can even get more difficult with this third case of wild pressure. This one actually was research, I think, from Kaspersky, really good research again. But basically, this specific campaign, the reason how they determined it was OTs, because there were at least some targets related to the industrial sector. And there is where it becomes so difficult, Like tracking these campaigns is definitely very important. We actually went and researched through this activity. We looked through it. We definitely talked with our customers about that. But it becomes very difficult. And here is a third question. How can we actually tell which of this activity is going after OT and which of this activity we probably shouldn't be worrying that much about at the industrial level? This is very important because our research prioritization, how we make decisions, what we look for, is definitely going to depend on how we can best filter all of this activity. My fourth case is related to internet exposed assets. In this case specifically, actually a couple days ago, probably, whenever this was whenever this talk took place, a couple days ago or months ago, regardless, there was a specific case, an advisory released by a couple of US-based organizations, and basically what they said is, look, if you're an industrial organization, be careful. Threat actors, even like lower skill and a variety of different threat actors, are searching for these internet exposed assets, such as human machine interfaces and controllers and whatnot, anything that is internet exposed, and they're exploiting vulnerabilities in them. They're doing different type of threat activity. For this case, I have a very specific example, which is very interesting because the actors were actually financially motivated. They were searching for point of sale accesses, and they were searching for exposed, for example, VNC panels, right? And they came up with this specific human-machine interface, even though they weren't searching for it, because very clearly they were searching to get like financial gains and going and compromising specific organizations where they can make money. And with this one, they could not really make much. It's not really extremely critical from the sense of this is not going to destroy like a facility or anything, but definitely it can mess up with the process. And we are seeing a lot of this type of exposed assets. And here the big question is, ideally we should not expose this type of critical assets, but it happens. And many of the products actually have, exposed information. Many organizations love it. It's just useful. So how can we go about protecting this type of assets? How can we combine both of the things that we do and come up with new or innovative solutions to protect these assets whenever they are exposed, and to identify them and to do something about them whenever they are not. There are already ways to do that, yes, but the most efficient we get about it, and let's say like the most secure we can go about it, the more likely we're not going to see it impact different organizations, as we have seen over the past few days. And then the fifth case, since I'm close to the end of this time, I think I'm perfectly getting here to the fifth case, but this is one of my favorites because it's the most simple. You see here portable, executable infectors. That sounds like something that at this point should definitely not be talked about in a security conference, right? It sounds pretty boring. Sounds like, yeah, they're everywhere. It happens. Oftentimes nothing happens. Antivirus can find it. But it is actually very important because we actually have found, tons and tons of samples of ICS software that is impacted by this type of portable executable infectors. What does this mean? First of all, from an industrial perspective, it can actually have an impact because we use a lot of legacy equipment that probably cannot support this type of inconsistencies in the process. So it actually can have an impact in the process. But beyond that, let's assume it doesn't, and it just lives in there and no one does anything about it. It basically proves how easy it is to get to this industrial equipment. And if this malware can get there, I'm pretty sure that much more complex malware can actually get there. So this is why we should be really thinking about how are we going to protect our industrial and physical processes from all of this type of malware that is so common on the IT side, but in OT something new-ish, let's say, because it didn't used to be as exposed as it is increasingly now. And you see all of these processes, they have to do with alarm on events and production. It has to be in step 7, for example, on specific controllers and interaction with them. Basically, we see a huge challenge when it's not so simple about just, is it impacting my computer? Can I run the antivirus? Here it gets much more complicated. And so close to the end, I'm just going to wrap up with this. As you can see here, I talked about very common challenges that you might have heard about in previous presentations, in previous talks, and that IT security from a specific perspective has already solved, but us from an industrial perspective, we face very different challenges, right? And so you can see that here we share what we saw, challenges such as stopping financial actors. We're beginning to see that. We didn't before, so it's a new one. Detecting targeted activity on OT. How can we differentiate when it's targeted to OT and when it's gonna stop just in IT and probably just gonna go after data or after something physical? How can we reduce the noise when we see all these broad spread campaigns and just figure out on what actually should matter from a physical perspective? Then how can we avoid actors impacting this critical asset exposure when it's connected online? And finally, how to stop malware propagation of even the most common strains of malware. All of these cases are fairly common, and we need help with solutions because we have a lot of nuances that we have to work through. And I just hope, having said that, that hopefully at least one or two of you got interested in these topics. If you decide to jump into them, we will be really happy. And I guess that would fulfill entirely the purpose of this presentation. Because if there's something that I really want from here, is to be able to say that at least I have tried. So, thanks a lot again for being here. Yes, this scene is edited because I was happy with the presentation and I was just missing these last couple seconds because it decided to call me at 2500. But thanks a lot for being here. And please reach out, connect, whatever you want if you want more information. And please let me know if you have any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation and also for joining us in the studio for a live Q&A.
Hello, thanks for the invitation.
You're very welcome. So, Daniel, operational technology it's kind of scary. You mentioned that one of the big challenges was knowing whether the actors were actually interested in the operational technology. So, how is that being determined at the moment? And does it in some cases mean that we get all the way to an incident before we actually determine what it was for?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the largest challenges that we're facing right now, which is identifying at like, let's say like at a good time when something's going to go after the physical component in terms of an attack, right? So even though we make our best, for example, in these reconnaissance campaigns that we were mentioning, we do go and figure out and try to find specific objects or artifacts, like technical artifacts that tell us what the attacker is after. But in the end, most of the cases we're only going to know once it already has happened, right? Which is one of the things that we've been trying to push from our perspective, trying to get more thought into what can we do to figure that out before, because once it reaches a controller, once it reaches a safety instrument system, once it gets to the engineering perspective, that attack might actually have a physical impact. I mean, that might actually disrupt the process, that might actually even harm people. So we're trying to figure out what to do in the beginning. There's no response right now, and that's why we're calling for some ideas here.
Yeah, I mean, it often takes an incident because it often takes lots of data to start looking at patterns and repetitive activity and recognizing what's actually happening. And you need data for that. And sometimes the incidents have to happen to gather the data. But for some companies, of course, their operations are so critical. If the integration of digital technology with industrial control systems, for example, is so dangerous, is there ever a reason to just not go there?
Okay. Ironically, that's a very interesting case to discuss. I mean, there could be very long discussions about that, and that goes mainly when we consider that right now we have like two different communities. When I am here in Virus Bulletin, I mean, like all of the talks are IT security, right? If you want to go into OT security, you go to specific different types of conferences, and that big separation that we see is basically right now generating a lag and some difficulty in trying to solve these challenges. So yes, right now a vendor, let's assume, well, whichever known vendor decides to come up with a product that uses some digital technology. If you go to the community where there's the OT people, they're oftentimes going to go and say like, why are you doing this? It doesn't make sense. It should be secure. Why would you even think about incorporating this technology? It's not even clever. When you go to IT, it's going to be the perspective of let's go and do it. Let's implement. Let's be efficient. It's like a different community. That's the one driving the IT solutions, right? So the point in here is how to find that middle balance where you start getting basically the vendors. They are already trying, but it's definitely a large challenge to figure out how to defend these type of assets that used to be isolated in the past, but right now are definitely exposed to all of the challenges that we've been discussing throughout this past day today, and we'll be discussing tomorrow. So yeah, why is the reason? It is definitely efficient. It definitely has a value, and hopefully we'll continue to do it because it's great. But at the same time, we should probably start thinking and trying to get more IT mindsets, trying to come up with ways to identify this OT-oriented activity so that we can find a solution, right? Because as long as we keep two communities separatedly, we definitely are going to continue to see this as a challenge, and I doubt there's going to be any solutions.
Okay, thank you. But anything that makes the bad stuff stop happening, you're working towards it. So thank you very much for the presentation and also for the tomato clarification. Grateful for that as well. Thanks for joining us, Daniel. And if you can hop into the chat now and follow up the rest of the questions, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
I'll definitely do. Thank you.
And now we are at a break. So please continue to enjoy the chat. If you haven't been into the chat, just head over to that left-hand menu, click chat, come through. We have general chat, we have Q&A chat. There's even help desk chat if you need help with something. And if it isn't on that menu, go to the top right and pull down the menu from there. We've also, in case you haven't seen, got 2 new chat threads opened up. One of them opened up earlier. It was malware similarity, and that's getting quite busy now. So if you want to chat about that, head over to that new chat thread. And also we've got VM introspection. I actually haven't looked at that for a few minutes, but I noticed there was a shed load of new posts. I don't think it's VM navel gazing. I think it's introspection of a different kind, and I will catch up with that during the rest of this break. Also head over to the partner booths as well. We've got the CTA booth, and see how you can collaborate with the industry. And also we've got the Bitdefender booth. By the way, Bitdefender, thank you for the bell video. We're just trying to keep everyone happy here and get the right kind of bell for the end of the break. So any help is appreciated. Thank you very much. And so if you want to pop in and see Bitdefender, not necessarily just for the bell, but for some chat as well, go and see them. I also want to give a shout out to Kathy, because I was saying that normally if we were in Dublin, and if it was the Thursday night of the conference, we would be heading to the gala tonight. And I did encourage you to get dressed up in your best bib and tucker, send us a picture and let us know how you're looking, or indeed from a former gala night, from a gala night past. And Kathy has done that. She's tweeted a photo of the VB2020 gala night from London. She's looking wonderful, and her date looks fantastic too, and very, very cute indeed. So Kathy, thank you for that picture. More, please, everybody. Also, keep me updated on your snacks, obviously. Right now, I'm going to go and work on the whole bell situation, see what I can get done. I will see you back here at 1900 UTC for another presentation and live Q&A. Chester, Jonas, seriously, let me know how we're doing on the whole bell thing, okay? So it's great to have you back. We've got another live presentation now with another live Q&A. So if you have any questions, remember to jump into the chat, head for the Q&A session, put hashtag #AskNow and put your questions in there for our next live session. It's great to see so many of you hopping into the chat now. So thanks for doing that. It's getting quite busy in there now. So our next presentation is about growth and commoditization of remote access Trojans. And it's presented by Veronica Valeros.
Hello everyone, thank you for being here today in this virtual edition of Virus Bulletin. It's an honor to be speaking in this conference again, and I hope you are having a great time there. My name is Veronica Valeros. I'm a researcher and project leader at the Stratosphere Research Laboratory in the Czech Technical University in Prague. And the research that I'm presenting today was done in collaboration with my colleague Sebastian Garcia, which is the director of the Stratosphere Laboratory. We are very happy to be able to present today the first results of our long-term research into remote access Trojans. So today we are presenting the growth and commoditization of rats. Before we get started, we need to define some boundaries in our research. So we will start by defining what remote access software is. So we consider remote access software any type of computer program that can be used to fully control a device where the software is installed. So there are many types of legitimate remote access software that you probably know, such as AmiAdmin, TeamViewer, and others. So we are going to focus not in these ones, but in the malicious ones. So let's look at the characteristics of how malicious remote access software distinguish from the legitimate one. So remote access Trojans differentiate from remote access software in three main ways. One has to do with consent, also in terms of control and also in terms of evasion. So rats are installed without the user consent in contrast with legitimate access software. And this is very important because the victim or the affected user at any given moment, they never accepted to be to install this software, right? They also differentiate in terms of control. The control of remote access Trojans is done secretly. And this means that at any given time, the user cannot realize that their computer is being controlled unless the attacker is very obvious, like ejecting the CD-ROM and moving the mouse around. The victim or the end user might never know that the software is installed there. And the third aspect is evasion. So when the software is installed, it tries to avoid detection. It hides itself in the system. And this is not done by the normal software. So in this research, we are going to focus on remote access Trojans that have these characteristics. When we think about rats, we think probably on something like this. I'm pretty sure that many of you have used Sub7 before. I would expect, if not, you have probably heard of it. Sub7 is a very well-known access Trojan that was developed in the 90s, 1999, and it was very, very famous. There is a Darknet Diaries podcast with a whole episode interviewing Mobman, the developer, which you should listen, by the way. But this type of Trojan is defined a decade, in the sense that they were used for fun. We have a fun manager option, right? So we can have an idea of, they were rats, but the rats back then, were they or were they not similar to the ones that we see today? So more than 20 years have passed in Sub7. So one of the questions we want to ask in this research is actually what happened in the last 30 years? Did any major change happen? Is rats from 90s are the same as the rats now. If they are not the same, what changed? So these are some of the things that we set up to answer in our research. Now, to do this research, we didn't want to focus on specific rats. Like, there is plenty of reports by our community in individual rats or even families of rats. And we wanted to do a different type of research. We wanted to do a generalistic research. So we wanted to look at rats as a phenomenon, as the whole thing. And for that, we need data. So that was our step one. We collected, investigated, and built a corpus of the most well-known rats in history. It took us a while, but we did it. We group rats into families with different variations of the same family grouped together. Otherwise, it was for simplicity, right? And then we finally managed to find, reference, and document 337 unique families of rats, and this became the corpus of data that we used for our research. For each of these rats, we searched and documented the first time they were seen in terms of year, and we created a timeline. So from the timeline, we could see already interesting things. In the early 90s, there were a few of them, and of course, at the end of a couple of years ago, were tons of them. So there was a growth, and we wanted to go deeper and understand what is this growth? Why do we see so many? Remember that we are looking at well-known remote access Trojans. So of course, there are many more, probably 3-4 times more rats, but not all of them kick off so well. Some of them were short-lived, some of them were forgotten or never documented very well. And in the early 90s, we didn't really have Google so much, so a lot of information was actually lost. So the first thing that pop up in this analysis was the growth, and the growth is actually there. So in the first decade for this research, we have only 16 rats, but that number grew 4.3 times in the next decade, totaling something around 70 rats. And then in between 2011 and 2020, we reached 251 rats, and that was 3.5 times the growth compared to the previous decade. So the growth is not linear, and the last decade saw almost exponential growth, and we wanted to know why. So in order to analyze this, we use this concept of decades and split the research in phases. So we have 3 phases, and in this talk we will dig a little bit into each of them, trying to see what is common and the highlights of each phase. There is a lot of stuff to tell you today, and unfortunately we only have 25 minutes, so I'm gonna rush through this. But please go read our paper, and if you have thoughts, ideas, please let us know, and we would love to hear from you. So phase 1, 1986 to 2000s. We have only less than 20 rats here, and probably you know some of them: NetVast, Back Orifice, Acid Shivers, Sub7, Molsucker. We have also some of them that you might not know of, like Dolly or Dirt. This decade was very interesting. The oldest rat we have is Knock Knock from 1986. However, we think that there might be earlier ones because the oldest remote access software, legitimate one that we found, is from the late 80s. So we are pretty sure that it didn't take 6 years to kind of develop a malicious rat. However, we couldn't find that. So if you know of any rat earlier than 1986, we would love to hear from you. And NetBus was one of them in this decade, developed in 1999. You can see in the interface kind of similar to Sub7. There is a lot of options here that are fun, like play sounds, open CD-ROM, control the mouse, and so on. And this is a common factor, right? So let's look at the common factors. So one of the things we notice here is that this decade was the era of the homemade rats, and the rats were developed because they were fun. They were developed for amusement. Probably you know this, right? Better than me. Developers and operators in this decade were the same person. The developer was developing the rats for fun, to use by himself or herself. And the most prominent rats in this phase were Back Orifice, Sub7, and NetBus. And they were very prominent because together they define a generation, not only because of people, of users, right? But also because they were innovative and they were disruptive. For the time, they were like, oh my God, someone is controlling my computer. What is happening, right? So this was, and the first phase was defined by these homemade rats for fun and for amusement and for personal use mostly. But things change. So let's take a look at phase number 2, from 2001 to 2010. We already start seeing that the number of rats is growing a little bit. It started a little bit slow in 2001, but then 2002 already have a big growth, and then 2010 is incredible. The growth there is amazing, and we can see also well-known names here like Poison Ivy, Turkojan, Ghost, Cerberus, Black Shades. Probably you know most of these names. Maybe you use them yourselves. Flu Project, some of the educational rats. So what are the common factors that we observe in this decade? So, before that, here is a screenshot of Beast from 2002. You can see that it's still kind of similar style from what we saw in NetBus or Sub7. However, we can already see some more complex things. Okay, we have binders, we have plugins. It's not so much, we are still in the early 2000s, but this is going to kick off really by the end of the phase. In this phase, rats started to be used as not only for fun and not only for amusement, but operators start to see that they could make a profit. They could attack with this. And we already start seeing this. Developers and operators, these roles that were one in the previous phase, now they start to dissociate. And now developers were developers and then operators were using them. And they were more interested in using the software and not so much into actually sitting down and coding. So among the highlights of this decade, we have Ghost, Poison Ivy, Dark Comet, and we can already see some signs here where the market started to grow. We will get back to this later. And then we have phase number 3, from 2011 to 2020. We see an incredible growth here. We already saw it before. We have more than 250 rats in less than 10 years. Right now you can see in the screen from 2011 to 2018, but there are many more in the last couple of years. We see some common names here like Black Hole, Nanocore, NGRat, Netwire, Web Monitor. And the number of rats here really took off. We have, for example, Luminosity Rat in 2015. And in here we can see already how the new technology was already incorporated Luminosity Link is a great example because it looks like a very professional tool. It was not just, oh, I'm doing this at home. I'm having customers, I'm having users, I'm thinking about the design and how to visualize information, and not just a couple of infected machines, but maybe dozens or hundreds, right? We have features and many more options and so many things, and this is not coincidence. So in here we see that there are multi-tier operators driving the market, and what I mean is that we already saw that before the roles of developers and operators dissociate, but now developers really became more like entrepreneurs because they were developing and interested in making money out of this. And also the operators were using it more for a more diverse range of attacks, and they wanted new features. So this combination make like, okay, they really drove the market of rats and development of rats forward. Among the highlights in this period, we have Nanocore, ngRat, and for example, Imminent Monitor, which you probably heard of that. Most likely, I'm pretty sure some of your IDS signatures are still popping up here and there with these detections of these rats, mostly ngRat, which is still out there. Then another thing that we see in this last phase is that developers really were not only expected to develop the software, but they were expected to do more, much more. So sometimes they have to provide support. They have to actually say like, okay, I'm developing features, gather input from the clients and the customers, right? And then sometimes even host part of the infrastructure. So there actually a lot of things happened in the last 30 years. So we saw a growth, but we also see like the technology that changed, and also the start and growth and development of a market. And what does this mean? Like, if there is so much growth and so much rats being developed, it means that there's money somewhere, right? So where is the money? Where is the money here? So we wanted to kind of find out and explore this. So we did a small research into the rats in markets. We are expanding this currently, and we will try to expand it even more in the upcoming months. But these are the first results. So we took from 2019 and 2020. We went through the forums, hacker forums, different type of underground things, and we tried to get a sense of when people were asking for rats, to use rats, which rats do you recommend me? Which rats were they talking about? So we gathered information, and then we got this list of 11 rats. These were not developed in 2019 to 2020, but they were most referenced in those years, and some of them were developed even in 2011. So that's almost 10 years ago. So the list of rats that we gathered were Cybergate Rat, Netwire, Imminent Monitor, Nanocore, Luminosity Link, OmniAndroid, Ozone, Remco, Spynote, Android Voyager, and Web Monitor. And while most of the rats in previous decades were focusing extremely on Windows, we saw already some diversity here. Other platforms like Mac, Linux, and Android were already being supported by many of these rats. And another interesting thing here was that the majority of them were using targeted attacks, which kind of challenged your opinion that, oh no, state-sponsored attacks develop their own software, right? However, if you really want to hide yourself, maybe buying a rat in some forum is the way to go, right? Who will know that it's a state-sponsored attacker behind it? So we will have more of these in the future research. So we took these 11 rats and we searched in different marketplaces. Some of them are some common marketplaces like DaVinci Coders, and some others you probably know better, like Food Exploits or Ultra Hacks. And we look at all these places and saw which of these 11 rats were sold, and we look at the prices, and we realized that most of these rats, you can get a functional rat for $20 to $40, which is not so much money, considering that you might earn so much more money if you use it for an attack. But there were some of the places that were selling the same rat that was sold at $45 to $200, right? So we wanted to understand why is the difference in price. And the difference is that some of these sellers or marketplaces were offering not just the rat, but they were offering something else. They were offering plugins or cryptors to make it fully undetectable, to builders and sometimes licenses of 1 month or a year infrastructure. So there was not just the monetization of the rat itself, but it was also everything that is around it, like the operations. And this actually was one of our findings, which is that rats have become not a unique thing that someone develops that is perfect on their own eyes and is isolated, right? It's not like an artisanal development, but rats are nowadays are not different from each other. They have become a commodity. And this was something that really make us think, because like, when did that happen? If someone would have named some commodity malware, I would have never thought a couple of years ago that rats were a commodity. I was thinking on something else. But it happened, and we are there already. So why? Why did it become? Who is buying these rats so much that they actually drove the market to make the change, to force the change from, like, let's say, artisanal, self-developed, homemade rats to something that is a commodity, right? So there are many uses of rats, and we know business email compromise attackers love rats. Rats are a precision tool, and they excel in this type of attacks. They also excel in cyber espionage targeted attacks. They are also used as a stalkerware now more and more when you have development of and support from rats for mobile devices. However, is this enough? Is this really enough to drive such a market and change? And the answer is no, but we have to understand here that rats are essential for any type of cybercriminal activity. They are like a de facto tool for so many different information gathering. And if you want to stealthiness, you want to hide your tracks, you want to it's like I said before, it's a precision tool, and you can use it in so many different ways that there is no surprise there that many other type of cyber criminals are actually buying this type of rats. So we are approaching the end of the talk, and the last question that we are asking ourselves here is where are rats going? And to be completely honest, we don't know. So much can change, and so much is already changing, but we can expect that rats will continue to grow because it never stopped growing, and some of the rats will still be pushing for being more disruptive than others, and the market will still needs to mature, and there are other type of malwares that are being also developed and changed, and they influence each other. So we can also expect some new innovative things in this area. The operators, let's say the users in the underground forums, still think that buying a rat is not the way to go, that the real hacker developed their own rat. And this might be true, and this might push so many people to do that. But at the same time, there is the easiness of just going somewhere and just buying something and use it because you are interested in the final product, right? And we really see also the aspect that is coming up recently, that rats are being sold more and more as malware as a service. And I think this is something that is not only specific of rats. As I said before, different markets of different malware kind of influence each other, and we've seen this in other malware such as ransomware and others. So these are kind of things that we can expect in the near future. And also, I think that from time to time we see one specific developer pushing for something completely disruptive, and we haven't seen this in rats for a while. So I think that this is something that we can also expect. So we are at the end of this talk. We thank you so much for your time. Please go check our paper. It has more details and more things. And if you have ideas or thoughts, please don't hesitate to send us an email. And that's all for us. And I think we are heading right now to the live Q&A. So see you soon.
We are heading right to the live Q&A, and I have not only Veronica live, but Sebastian as well. Hi to you both. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, thank you.
Hello, thank you very much.
So, Sebastian, I want to talk to you first about the high-level nature of this study, because there are so many studies on a particular rat. And you've looked at over 300, which is absolutely amazing. And bearing in mind the proliferation, maybe more. Do you know of anyone else who is doing a high-level study like this? If so, did you swap notes? And if not, why isn't anyone else looking at the characteristics of the whole rat thing?
So actually, no, we are not aware of any other high-level study. I think that you have to consider that it's a long time. We have a lot of different variants, and these more than 300 are the families. So inside each family you have variations and share code. So actually the market grows so much, and different rats are, well, so different sometimes that no, we are not aware of anyone doing this high-level comparison. That's why Veronica started thinking about this and said, hey, we need this, right?
So the proliferation, when you put the timeline up and you could see the various rat families around at different times, some rats have endured for a long time, but there are a lot of new ones, and it does seem to be proliferating. Is that a curve that you expect to see carry on?
Well, actually, yes. One of the things that we learned in the study is that new rats are going to appear more and more because people need their own variations, their own customizations. And even if they are creating something that it's already there, sometimes you need your own code, right? Because, well, at the beginning, like Veronica was saying, you need to prove to be a hacker sometimes and to create your own rat. But sometimes you need to hide. Sometimes you just need your own version. So yes, we expect this to grow more and more.
Thank you. So is the growth and the proliferation also causing this commoditization of rats? Veronica, maybe you could comment on that. I mean, $45 for a rat. And you were saying if it's more, it's usually because other stuff is being bundled with it, which, you know, if you want this stuff, that's really good value. Are we going to see more commoditization, see them more easily available, even cheaper maybe?
I think definitely yes. The fact that they are already a commodity, it means that it will probably stay that way, and it will probably continue to expand, right? There are a lot of factors that drove the market to provide this type of rats as a commodity. And one of the things that we learned from that is that there is a high demand. And this was not really clear in the past decades that it actually happened. So the demand is there. We know that rats are being excellent tools, precision tools for a variety of attacks. And that makes them a high demand. Even if people, as Sebastian was mentioning, keeps developing them, there is also a high number of people that just want to use them, right? They don't want to know how to develop or even adding their own features. So that's why we keep seeing like people offering them, and the more competition, the lower the prices up to a certain point, of course.
Thank you. I hope your study helps people to see what's happening in the overall area of rats, and maybe help the individual studies as well as to try and preempt what their family of rat might be doing next based on the overall study. So thank you so much for joining us today, Veronica and Sebastian. And if you could jump into the chat, that would be brilliant. But thanks for joining us live.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now we have possibly my worst nightmare. No, not Patrick Wardle. How could you think that? I mean, he's one of the nicest human beings on the planet. No, obviously, what is my worst nightmare is the topic. A true virus on macOS?
Aloha and welcome to my talk, A True Virus on macOS. My name is Patrick Wardle. I am a principal security researcher at Jamf, and also the creator of the Mac security website and tool suite, Objective-C. So today we're going to be talking about a very intriguing piece of Mac malware known as EvilQuest. We're going to start by talking about its infection vector, how it was able to infect macOS systems. We'll then briefly triage the sample, focusing on encrypted strings and how to decrypt those, and also talk about some anti-analysis logic and how to bypass that. We'll then discuss how the malware persists on infected systems, and then end by talking about the malware's capabilities, its goals. Now, before we dive in, I want to give a shout out to Dinesh. Kudos to him. He was apparently the first individual to discover this malware. And I personally want to thank him because his tweet was really the reason I became intrigued and really wanted to fully analyze this malware sample. So if it wasn't for Dinesh, I really wouldn't be talking about this here today. So again, mahalo. So the first question we have is, how does EvilQuest infect macOS systems? Well, luckily for us, the very talented Mac malware analyst Thomas Reed had already articulated this in a recent write. And he noted that EvilQuest was spreading within pirated applications via various popular torrent websites. So the pirated applications that EvilQuest would infect were a mix of popular commercial software tools. For example, the popular macOS firewall, Little Snitch. We saw a screenshot on the last slide. Then also things, for example, another example was a popular DJ application called Mixed In Key, specifically version 8. So for the remainder of this talk, we'll focus on the infected Mixed In Key package. It's interesting that this package was unsigned, which means that when the user goes to run it, there's going to be a myriad of prompts and alerts from macOS that the user is going to have to click through. But really no surprise here. If someone's pirating software, they're probably not going to be fazed by these macOS prompts and click through, unfortunately infecting themselves. So now we know how macOS infects users, right? Pirated applications that have been trojanized. But before we can dive into talking about its persistence and capabilities, let's perform an initial triage. We'll discuss how to decrypt strings and also how to identify and thwart its anti-analysis logic so that a more comprehensive analysis can commence. All right, as we noted, we're going to focus on the pirated and infected Mixed-In Key application. This was again distributed via torrented websites, specifically as a disk image or DMG file. So if we get our hands on one of these DMG files, we can attach or mount it via the HDI util command. Once we execute this command, the DMG, the disk image will be mounted in the /volumes directory. If we do a file listing on this now mounted DMG, mounted disk image, we can see it contains a single file, mixedinkey8.pkg. Now, my favorite tool for statically analyzing PKGs or packages is an aptly named tool called suspicious package. So if we open this PKG in the suspicious package application, we can see two main files. One is an application called mixedinkey8. And if we look at the code signing information from this, it matches with the mixedinkey8 developers. This means, almost beyond reasonable doubt, that this application is pristine. It has not been tampered or infected. Now, I will note it's perhaps possible that the hackers or the adversaries somehow were able to steal the legitimate developer code signing certificates and re-sign it. But if they did that, they would unlikely be distributing this via pirated applications and shady torrent sites. So it's relatively safe to assume that that application was pristine. Another reason we can kind of assume this is within the package was an unsigned binary named patch. And this turns out to be malware. Now, one other thing I want to note about packages is they can have a script or a file called post install that will be executed after the installer has completed. If we look at the post install script for this particular PKG, we can see it contains a few instructions, a few commands that is essentially moving the patch binary into the /library mixedinkey directory and renaming that patch binary as toolroomb B. So this is kind of the malware beginning its persistent installation. Now, one of the first things I do when analyzing an unknown or unrecognized binary is execute the strings command, which will extract any embedded strings. If we execute the strings command against this patch binary that we're just beginning to analyze and just beginning to triage, we can see that there is a host of very interesting embedded strings that are extracted. First, looks like there's a bunch of obfuscated or encrypted strings, which are unusual. And these are probably sensitive strings that we really want to decrypt. So we'll get to that in a second. However, there's still a decent amount of unencrypted strings that seem to provide a decent amount of insight into the malware. We can see things that look like command line arguments, network, command and control, comms, perhaps file encryption, strings related to maybe a keylogger. But most interestingly, we can see a path that contains what appears to be the internal project name of the malware. And if we kind of swap the first piece of that string, it turns out to be effective idiot, which I believe is the internal name for this malware assigned by the malware authors. We'll see later on in this talk, a large number of the malware's functions are prepended with EI underscore and then the function name, which again, I believe EI standing for effective idiot. We can also extract other information from the binary via the NM utility, specifically embedded symbols. And this shows us two main things. First, it shows us the APIs, the system APIs that the malware is going to invoke from the system. These are Apple APIs. And we can see APIs that relate to capturing keystrokes. Maybe this malware implements keylogger. Also, there are Apple APIs that are generally utilized to execute in-memory code. That's very interesting as well. We can also see via the output from the NM utility are the names of the functions and methods of the malware. This malware is very interesting because the malware authors generally name the functions based on their functionality, which is very helpful for us as malware analysts. So we can see function names, again, in the malware that appear to be related to executing perhaps remote commands, encrypting files, performing anti-analysis logic, and even persistence. Now, I mentioned in the output from the strings command, there were a variety of what appeared to be encrypted strings. Generally, strings are encrypted when the malware author is trying to prevent the malware analyst from figuring out what they are. So these are usually very sensitive strings, things like perhaps command and control servers, very interesting information. So obviously, we want to be able, as malware analysts, to figure out how to decrypt these strings. So if we hop into a disassembler, we can see a function named ei_stir that takes all these encrypted or obfuscated strings. Now, if we take a peek at that function's implementation, it's kind of hectic. There's a lot of deobfuscation, decryption. I'm lazy. I really didn't want to spend much time there. Instead, I said, why not create a very simple injectable dynamic library that, once injected into the process context of the malware, is able to resolve that ei_stir function and then just invoke it for all the encrypted strings. Would that work? Survey says yes. So we can see on the slide, I injected this dynamic library into the running malware, resolve the address of the string decryption function, and then simply call that on all encrypted strings. Voila, we see that now all the encrypted strings have been decrypted for us by the malware. We really didn't have to do anything. And these encrypted strings are very, very interesting. Finally, as we're going through this triage, we notice there appears to be some anti-analysis logic. It's very important to identify and figure out how to bypass anti-analysis logic, because if you don't, it might trip you up later as you're performing a more comprehensive, in-depth dynamic analysis. For example, a debugging session. So let's briefly talk about the anti-analysis logic found within this malware, and then also talk about how to sidestep it so that our more comprehensive, complete analysis can commence. So first, there is a method called isVirtualMachine, and contrary to its name, this is actually more of a sandbox check, not really a virtual machine check. So if we're analyzing this manually in a virtual machine, this function really actually doesn't even come into play. It's not going to trip us up. However, there's then two other functions named isDebugging and preventTrace that seek to prevent a successful debugging session of the malware. So obviously, we want to figure out how to bypass these. And it turns out it's really easy. You simply set a debugging breakpoint on these functions. And then when the malware is going to call these functions, your breakpoint will be hit. And instead of allowing this code to be to execute, which would detect that there's a debugging session and terminate the malware or perform some other action to thwart the analysis, you can simply change the instruction pointer to skip over the execution. So in other words, these functions are never executed because of our breakpoint and stepping over, and thus they never even come into play. Easy peasy. So once we've bypassed the anti-analysis logic and decrypted all the strings, the full analysis of this malware can commence. Let's start by looking at the persistence mechanism. So in the context of this presentation, persistence is the mechanism that the malware utilizes to ensure that it is automatically restarted every time the infected system is rebooted and or the user relogs in. So we mentioned earlier, this malware is fairly verbose, and it's got some very interesting function names. One of these interesting function names is something called ei_persistence main. So I figured this is probably a good place to begin our analysis to look for uncovering how the malware persists. So the first thing we notice is the malware implements some self-defense, which invokes some of these anti-analysis functions we talked about earlier. For example, it checks if the debugger is running, and if it detects it, it's just going to exit. We can simply step over these, avoiding them altogether. And then it also invokes a function named killUnwanted, passing a large list of security tools. So what this killUnwanted function does is enumerate running processes, and then for each process, it checks to see if it's on the list of these security tools. And if there's a match, it will attempt to kill the security tool. The idea is the security tools may detect or thwart or block the malware, so the malware takes some proactive measures to try to kill them up front. Kind of interesting. Once this logic has been executed, the malware executes something called persist executable. And if we're running a file monitor, we can see this. It's basically the malware making a copy of itself to a binary named com.apple.questd. The malware then invokes a method named installDaemon, and it does this twice. First to persist as a launch agent, and then if it's running with root privileges, also repersist as a launch daemon. Now, in order to persist as one of these launch items, either launch daemon or launch agent, the malware has to create a property list or a plist. Well, it turns out this property list is actually directly embedded within the malware. It's one of these strings that we decrypted. So if we let these functions execute, for example, in a virtual machine, and then pop over into the launch agents or the launch daemon directory, we can see, yes, indeed, there is a property list called com.apple.questy.plist that points to the malware. Also, since the run at load key is set to true, this means that the operating system will automatically restart the malware every time the system is rebooted. Finally, we see that the malware then kicks off the launch agent and launch daemon manually the first time. Interestingly, it does this via an Apple script command. Okay, so now we understand how the malware persists. Time to talk about its capabilities, its goals. What does this malware actually do? So first, let's briefly discuss how it connects out to its command and control server, both to check in and also to request tasking. So if we analyze the malware's code, we can see it decrypting the address of a URL that's hosted on pythonanywhere.com. What it does is it connects out to this URL and requests a file, ret.txt. Now it expects this file to contain the actual address of the command and control server. This allows the attacker to obviously change the command and control server by simply updating the value in the ret.txt file. Once the malware has read that value, it will connect out to whatever IP address or URL is specified in that file. Now, it's interesting to point out that if the server is offline or if the command and control server is unreachable, malware does have a backup IP address embedded directly hard-coded in the malware. One of the first things the malware does is generate a recursive directory listing and then sends that out to the attacker's command and control server. We can observe this in a debugger, setting a breakpoint on the logic that's responsible for this, step over, and indeed see the malware creating a recursive directory listing starting at /users, which again, as we just noted, will then be exfiltrated out to the attacker's command and control server. Malware also then scans the entire file system for files that match an embedded list of regular expressions. We can dump these regular expressions, again, via our string decryption capabilities. And from this, we can see that the malware has a clear propensity for certificates, cryptocurrency keys, and wallets. We can test this out by creating a file, for example, on the desktop called key.png. And if we run the malware, we can see indeed that it finds this file, opens it, and then attempts to exfiltrate the values, the content of these files, to the attacker's remote command and control server. The malware also supports a handful of commands that afford a remote attacker complete and continuing control over an infected system. So on the slide, we have the logic that implements this. We can see various functions that, again, based on their names, give good insight into what they do. So for example, we can see the malware gathering up some basic host information, serializing that, sending that out via an HTTP request, the attacker's command and control server, then deserializing the response, validating that, and then invoking a method called dispatch, which is the main command dispatch routine. If we look at that dispatch routine, for example, in disassembly, at the bottom of the slide, we can see it's basically looking for a command number and then executing various commands. I've extracted all the commands that this malware supports and created a table showing them to you. They're all pretty basic, pretty standard, right? Things like execute command, downloading file, kicking off a keylogger. But one is very notable, and that is command number 1, which is react exec. Now, if we look at the malware's logic, we disassemble and figure out how this command works, we see it invoking a function named ei run memory HRD. And if we dive into that, we can see it's executing an encrypted payload that's downloaded from the command and control server directly from memory. This is a really cool technique. I talked about this at Black Hat about 5 years ago. Clearly, the benefit is the unencrypted payload never hits the file system, which means it can never be scanned by an antivirus engine or collected for forensic analysis. So kind of neat to see this advanced technique being utilized in this malware. Now, the malware also supports ransomware logic. This ransomware logic is pretty standard. It first gets a list of files that match target file extensions, things like zip files, document files, photos, basically user files. And then for each of these files invokes a function named carve_target, which for each of these files first reads the content of the target file, encrypts that, writes that out to a temporary file, deletes the original file, and then renames the temporary file. The end result is the original file is now fully encrypted. It's ransomed. Once this is done, the malware creates a README file with ransom instructions, and then also displays alert that it reads out loud via the Mac's built-in speech capabilities, which is kind of funny because, late night analyzing this malware and all of a sudden your malware starts talking to you. You're like, holy crap, like, am I losing it? Or no, this malware is really talking to me. Strange times. One interesting thing is that the ransomware is actually reversible. So there's some really neat research that came out from SentinelOne, and they actually found that the keying information that is prepended to each file, each encrypted file, is actually enough to decrypt and recover the file. So don't pay. But another interesting thing is if we look closely at the ransom instructions, is there's no email address saying how to contact. So like you just pay the Bitcoin and then the files magically decrypt. No, so I really think that either the ransomware logic is incomplete, or I actually really believe it was maybe more of a cover for targets that aren't of interest, right? And just, it's normal ransomware. It's not this, very insidious piece of malware. Speaking of insidious, kind of saved the best to the last. So EvilQuest is actually a true computer virus by its definition, or by the definition of a computer virus, which basically, I'm going to read, says it replicates itself by modifying other computer programs and inserting its own code. So EvilQuest might actually be the first in the wild computer virus targeting macOS. Perhaps there are others, I'm not aware of them, but either way, it's very rare, something I have not seen before. So let's look at this a little closer, because when I saw this, I was super intrigued. So in a background thread, the malware first invokes a function called getTargets to get a list of executables on the infected system. Then for each target, it invokes a function named append_EI. Again, remember EI stands for the malware, affected idiot. So what do you think this function does? Well, if you guessed appends itself to the executable, you're right, you win. So specifically, what the virus does is append its viral code to the beginning of these executables, and then also adds a trailer to the end of the document. The trailer contains a code offset that points to the original code in the now virally infected file, and also an infection marker, so the virus does not reinfect files. Now, whenever these infected executables are run, either by the user or perhaps by the system, if they are persisted themselves, the viral code will be run first, and it's able to do whatever else it needs to do. So for example, this means even if you remove the persistence capabilities of the malware, the launch daemon, or the launch agent, that's not going to clean the system, because as soon as one of these virally infected executables are run, the virus will re-persist and kind of maintain execution. So very insidious capability. Now, one thing is that when this viral code is run, once it's done, it turns around and runs the original code. This is important because obviously the virus doesn't want to show that anything is amiss, right? You click on something that you expect to be a calculator application, you expect calculator to pop up, right? So what the virus actually does is goes and reads the trailer, goes to the offset where the original executable code lives, writes that out to disk, and then executes that. Now you might be thinking, okay, that's not the stealthiest mechanism, and you're right, but there's kind of an interesting side effect of this, which is the code signature of the original file is essentially restored because they're writing out the same exact bytes. And this is very important, especially if the original binary has any code signing entitlements, which macOS checks and validates the code signing certificate and code signing signature before allowing it. But yeah, so if we look at the bottom of the slide, we can actually see that, again, when we run one of these infected files, it gets run, but then drops out and executes the original code. So kind of a neat trick. All right, so that was kind of a whirlwind tour of EvilQuest, aka Effective Idiot. So let's start wrapping things up. I briefly, though, want to talk about ideas for generic detections, which are possible if we focus on behavior-based detections. So first, turns out it's pretty trivial to detect the malware when it goes to persist because it's creating an unsigned launch item masquerading as an Apple binary. Really shady, easy to flag. If it executes its ransomware logic, it's going to rapidly create encrypted files. Again, this is something that is being done by an unsigned, untrusted process. That's a huge red flag and is a clear indication that likely a ransomware attack is occurring. So again, we can detect that generically. And finally, if we're monitoring for network traffic, we should pretty easily be able to see the malware when it accesses the network and generates unauthorized network communications. Now, one of the reasons I kind of am very passionate about behavior-based detections is when malware evolves. And when a malware is quickly evolving, static signature-based approaches may fail, whereas behavior-based ones can still be successful in detecting even the new variant of the malware. So recently, Trend Micro released a very interesting report that really, again, redove into EvilQuest, but showed it's rapidly evolving. And there's been a myriad of updates even since I performed the initial analysis. Some of these updates include improved anti-analysis logic. Also appears that there's some new capabilities. And again, interestingly, it appears that ransomware logic has been removed, which again, kind of, at least to me, illustrates that was not the main reason of the malware. Maybe more of a cover, right? However, the most interesting update was the fact that they had changed the ping command to now say, "Hello, Patrick." I'm slightly embarrassed to admit this, but I always wanted a shout out in a computer virus, so I'm really stoked that they actually did this. Again, I don't know if I should admit that, but hashtag goals. Now, one more thing. If you're interested in Mac malware, which I assume you are because you are here listening to my talk, you should check out my new book, which is The Art of Mac Malware. Now, this is not a sales pitch because this book is 100% free. I have published the first half or so on the book's website, which is taomm.org. And the rest of the chapters I publish will be published about each week, and again, are all 100% free. So if you're interested in learning more about Mac malware, Mac exploits, reverse engineering, definitely take a peek at it. And finally, I want to say a big mahalo, first and foremost, to all of you for virtually attending my talk. I also want to thank my employer, Jamf, for putting up with my many, well, let's just say shenanigans. And finally, all the amazing companies who support Objective-C. So again, that is a wrap. Thank you so much for attending my talk. Stay safe and hope to see all of you in 2021. Aloha.
There you go. Patrick has presented at VB conferences since 2014, but this is his first online VB conference. So Patrick, welcome to the live studio for the Q&A.
Thank you. I'm stoked to be here virtually.
So thank you very much for your talk and for slightly scaring me with the idea of talking malware. It is interesting, isn't it, that on all the platforms we see viruses abounding and a much study on those viruses. Why is there just not so much for macOS?
Well, I think historically Mac's had a smaller market share, which I think helps explain part of the reason. And I think to give credence to this claim is recently we have seen a proliferation, especially adware viruses, not as much on the Mac platform as they become more prevalent, especially in the enterprise. So hackers are definitely taking notice, I think, of Mac's increased prevalence and are starting to bring a lot of their Windows-based attacks or just brand new attacks. For example, something like EvilQuest, which we may have not seen a few years ago.
And do you think that that porting across is going to continue to happen, and that there may be a kind of a spike? Because the Mac OS virus market, if you like, is not mature, is it? So are we going to see that maturing?
I think in a way, I mean, recently, for example, these last few years, we've seen a lot of macro-based attacks now targeting macOS users, where Windows-based attackers are bringing their malicious Office documents that they've slightly tweaked to target macOS users. So I think we'll see that trend. Luckily, macOS, as is the case with most modern operating systems, now have a lot of baked-in security. So I think we're unlikely to see a huge influx of these, but I definitely think we will see the prevalence of Mac malware, Mac viruses, and definitely Mac adware continue to increase.
I would say, though, do you think it's true that Mac users are just not really used to malware? They're never really worried about it. It's never been an issue. So how should Mac users start to open their eyes to this and protect themselves against potential malware? I mean, just asking for a friend.
That's a great question. I think that's hits the nail on the head. A lot of Mac users are unaware of the risks that are out there. And I think that's actually an unfortunate reality, because it puts them at more of a risk, right? If you're not aware of the risks and the threats, you might not be as cautious as you should be. And this is largely thanks to Apple's amazing, let's say, advertising and marketing that, for a long time basically says Macs are invulnerable or immune to threats, which is really not the case. So question is, how do we educate Mac users, and how can Mac users protect themselves more? Well, I think one great example is if more Mac users would listen into the Virus Bulletin conference, they would learn about the risks and the threats, and really be an eye-opening experience. So I think that's one way. And then to protect yourselves, I think it's great to install an antivirus product. That can provide a kind of really good baseline type protection. If you're an enterprise running a lot of Macs, there's some great companies such as Jamf that build Mac-specific endpoint security products that, again, are designed to kind of protect Mac users. But I think step one is user awareness, and then step two, maybe leverage a third-party security tool that can provide that additional layer of security on top of macOS's pretty secure baseline.
Thank you very much. I will pass on your very sound advice to my friend. And we're out of time now, so if you could jump into the chat, that'd be fantastic. Patrick, thank you very much for joining us.
Yes, thank you again. It's a pleasure to be here, and hope to see all of you in 2021. Until then, stay safe and sound. Aloha.
Aloha. And we might even see him in person next year. Let's hope so. So thank you very much for watching again today. If you missed any of day one or day two, remember you can head for the rewatch. And if you want to submit any questions in advance for tomorrow, head to the Q&A channel, or in fact, Patrick's heading there now. So if you've got any questions for him, you can ask those. If you need the help desk, head over to the help desk channel, or you can email conference@virusbulletin.com. And we'd like to thank all the partners of VB2020 for their support of VB localhost. It's thanks to you that we've been able to bring you this event free of charge for everybody, for all our 2,650 registered delegates, was a fantastic number. And it's our partners who have made that possible. So thank you very much. I'd also like to give a shout out to the tech team who in the studio setup are just through that wall there. There is in fact a photo of them looking a bit ninja-like in the chat, I have to say, faces covered. And they have done a fantastic job. I can see it has been noticed, and there are things on the chat saying thank you very much for such a smooth show. So I think we all want to give them a shout out for the tech team. They're working really hard to keep things running smoothly here. Tomorrow, please join us, same place, same time, more presentations, more live Q&A, more on demand, and also we may possibly have some news on next year's conference. My lips are sealed till then. I'm not taking bribes. I may drop hints. Let me know if you want some hints. And also for those of you who have been admiring my very beautiful VB2020 coffee mug, we might have some news that interests you too. But again, lips sealed until tomorrow, so I will see you then, same time, same place. Thanks for joining us.